Welcome to the International Internship University, the world's first virtual university, which is concocted by the visionary Piyush Pandit. The vision of Piyush Pandit is to take education to students, and not students to education, for the betterment of society. He has just one dream: no child should be deprived of education. To fulfill the dream, he has worked 24/7, and the dream came into reality in the form of International Internship University. Through his concerted efforts, Piyush Pandit has made the education so facile through IIU, that the learner from any corner of the world, from any university or college, can avail it, as per their needs and comfort, at a very nominal rate. International Internship University is building a better and brighter future for all young learners, and is committed to providing quality, skill-based, affordable, accessible and location-independent education to all the young learners of the globe, by providing internship opportunities. International Internship University is metamorphosing the conventional education system, by cutting down the additional costs and providing access to more than 1,000+ courses and internships to their e-learners across 195 countries and 6 continents, throughout the year, with over 150 virtual offices around the world. IIU has been accredited and affiliated with the World Education Organization, WEO, and International Accreditation Organization, IAO, and collaborated with all the world's top universities and educational institutions. Through the platform of MOOC, massive open online courses, with the aim of promoting internships and making modern education easy, accessible and affordable. IIU provides honorary degree, master's degree, graduate degree, certificate and diploma courses, professional education, customized programs, free courses, sustainable development goals courses, non-academic courses, blockchain technology learning lab and many more. The entire curriculum of the IIU is skill-based on the ethos of high academics, with the help of MOOC technology. Our country directors are constantly bonding with the corporate sector worldwide, whether it's MNCs or international job providers. This is done not only to benefit the students of that particular country, but also to benefit the schools or colleges which are affiliated to us. All the students and colleges will be given the support like online training, virtual knowledge exchange, internship opportunities worldwide, placement assistance. IIU is committed to providing stress-free education, with internship and entrepreneurship opportunities, without any financial burden on the learners and their family members. International Internship University, after its inception in Australia, India has become the main hub of its operations. There are 4 co-founders from 4 different countries who have contributed to the growth of International Internship University, which is not only aimed at providing degrees to the students, but also with internship opportunities. IIU has now registered with Indian government also. Co-founders of IIU: Mr. Piyush Pandit, co-founder and COO of IIU, India, and chairman of Swarna Bharat Parivar. Mr. Stephen V., co-founder IIU Australia. Dr. Satnam Duchekar, co-founder IIU UK. Ms. Mona Anjaya, co-founder IIU Indonesia. The Team IIU has been working tirelessly, and is putting in efforts in all dimensions to bridge the gap of education in society. International Internship University has formed various councils to address specific issues faced by students, youths, women, and in the field of education. International Student Development Council. Objective of this council is to help, guide, and motivate the students. The council is made to ensure that the voice of the students is not suppressed. Building a sense of community is the essence of the International Student Development Council. International Youth Development Council is formed with the objective of improving the lives of children and adolescents by meeting their basic physical, developmental, and social needs and by helping them to build the competencies needed to become successful adults. IIU Women Entrepreneurs Council recognizes the incredible skills possessed by a woman, respects their self-worth, and intertwines it with entrepreneurial skills to give a woman the power to create magic, magniloquence, and money with her skill sets. IIU Women Entrepreneurs Council is giving an opportunity to every woman on this globe to witness the uncultivated talents within her, to be the successful women entrepreneur. International Council for Educators recognizes the contribution of educators all over the world in the field of education, and encourages them to be a part of it and to change the lives of many more by imparting quality education and spreading knowledge worldwide. IIU is for everyone. Whatever you covet to be, whatever you crave to do, whatever you yearn to study, without any financial stress.
A prayer for teachers. Giver of all wisdom and greatest of all teachers, look upon our teachers with love. Grant them the resolve to nurture our eager minds and to never give up on us who fall behind. Bless their hearts, for they rejoice when we succeed, and encourage us when we fail. Endow them with gentle patience, for the path of learning is never easy. Kindle a spirit of passion in them. It is the flame that ignites the love of learning in us. Help them see the potential in each student. Their belief in us means much more than the grade we make. Instill in them a commitment to keep on learning. It shows us to not fear new knowledge and experiences. Inspire them to touch the future. They influence how big a dream we dream for ourselves. Bless our teachers who have come before, for their work endures to this day. Let the light of your example shine upon all teachers. to build up with their words, to love with their mind, to share with their heart. Amen.
So that was a very long introduction. So I'd like to do the opening ceremony again. Welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to our fellow guests, educators, and wow, we also have students who are present right now. Currently, we are around 89 in the room. Amazing, and we will still be able to wait for the others to come in as we begin our conference about teachers' well-being. Teachers' well-being is indeed, current for our era today because of the challenges of many teachers today, not only in the Philippines, not only in India, in Romania, but across the world. As we begin the presentation of our speakers, my hope is that we will all be able to learn from our speakers, and that all the things that we will be able to learn from today's conference hopefully will make us all better educators, better teachers for our students during this challenging time of the pandemic. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone to the International Virtual Conference on Teachers' Well-Being. So to begin with, I'd like to call our International Internship University board member, okay, to be able to introduce to us and even greet all of us and welcome us, particularly with the International Internship University, of which immediately we will begin our discussion. Nada, go ahead.
Yes, Nada will go ahead. Please mute, Derry, please mute everybody. Please mute because there is music and people are speaking. And also, and please give me the co-host also permission. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all you respected dignitaries, dignified speakers, colleagues, and all participants of this conference present here from all around the globe. What a speech start to the event it was. I am Professor Nada Ratkovic, IAU board member, and I want to express my gratitude to have been given opportunity to present International Internship University at this event and be a part of this historic IAU Philippines 2022 first international conference on the topic looking at the teachers' well-being today. The future of every society in the world depends on them. So let's make this event a great success, learning and gathering our strengths together to accomplish our goals in our respective lives. Welcome to this international conference on the topic looking at the teachers' well-being today from future of every society in the world depends on them. Organized by one and only International Internship University, IAU. Today, our founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit, can't join us, but he's sending wishes and he wished this conference to be a great success. So, first, I want to welcome our trustee, Mrs. Roshni Lal from Australia. Our founder, IAU, Mr. Piyush Pandit. Our co-founders, Mona Anja, Indonesia, Stephen from Australia, and Alyssa White from United States of America. Our Vice Chancellor, Ms. Corina Sujdea. Our executive board members. Our board members, Yuda Pamugos from Indonesia. Our new board members today, Mrs. Masuda from India. Miss Ermina Oprikan from Romania, and me, Nada Ratkovic from Croatia. Our President's Council, Miss Pratibha Mishi, Dr. Prachi Gaur, our Country Director of India, our Dr. Matur, our all advisory councils, our all board directors, and our President, Academics Global IIU Research Center India, Dr. Snikta Kadam, our Human Resource Manager, Mrs. Deepshika. So I want to welcome our highly experienced Country Director, Philippines, Dr. Mario C. Lucero. Dr. Mario, welcome. And our Deputy County Director, Mr. Dr. Dari Dakansi, with who you meet before me. And our Dari is our organizer. Our chief guest speakers, our panelists, and finally, our loving audience, all you participants here today on this beautiful Saturday day. We all know about IIU, but do you know who are all are working behind making this vision and mission and bringing the new era of education? Let me see. So, we will talk. We see a video about IIU, but we will talk a little about IIU. IIU is building a better future and brighter future for all young learners and committed to provide better and virtual education to all young learners of the globe. IIU is metamorphosing the conventional education system by cutting down the cost more than 10,000 courses and internships to learners across 195 countries and 6 continents, and also 150 offices around the world. IIU is united in commitment and wants to provide exclusively free education to all children and to all youth of this world under the global youth. Affiliated with World Education Organization, world's top universities and educational institutions through the platform of massive open online courses. IIU is providing various certificates, diplomas, graduation, post-graduation, diploma courses, and honorary doctorates. IIU receives many accreditations as per international standards for their innovation, vision, creative ideas, research, white papers, publication, and all national patents. IIU Council presents IIU Women Entrepreneur Council, International Student Development Council, International Youth Development Council, International Council for All Educators. But that is not the all. IIU is now launching an e-magazine, launching soon IIU TV, and launching a big preschool program for the young children from the before the primary school, and that will all be soon. So I would like to ask you all, how are you feeling today? Are you excited? Do you want to learn? As our Dr. Derry said, I want to share, and do you want to grow? I am very excited and with the same enthusiasm. And now I would like to talk about the topic. The topic teachers' well-being today, the future of every society in the world depends on them. So today we will witness the plethora of ideas and knowledge delivered by our experienced speakers. The Derry, I will give you now, so you will start with the program.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Professor Nada, for introducing us what the International Internship University is. And we are very grateful and honored for being able to be with IIU this evening, this morning, or this afternoon to provide us with such opportunity. Now, without further ado, we begin our conference with our first plenary speaker. I'd like to call our first plenary speaker. He is Dr. Prem Adhish Lekhi. He is an international healthcare professional, a very good friend of everyone, who resides in Malaysia. He is an Asian Youth Leader Awardee and also was given the Best Community Service Awardee and member of the DSA, interest in humanitarian related works, and has published numerous journal articles, and at the same time was able to have presented in many conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow educators, let us all welcome Dr. Prem Adhish Lekhi. I am going to share. Dr. Prem?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to share your slide, Dr. Prem.
Right, sir.
Okay.
So as the process is going on, greetings. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all my friends who are hearing this all over. May I especially greet the co-founder, you, sir, our esteemed honorable host, Dr. Gary from Philippines, my good friend, and a new friend I meet today, Professor Nada from Croatia, dear global audience, students, teachers, and friends, as I see about 80 to 90 present in the room. Hello, everyone. My name is Prem Adhish Lekhi. I reside in Malaysia for the moment, but I have worked in Philippines too. So let's begin. Now, today's beautiful conference is virtual under the pandemic rules, looking at teachers' well-being today. Next, please. I salute the teachers today. Salamat, they call it in Philippines. It's a very important subject. Dr. Radhakrishnan, the first president of India, was a teacher. So a teacher can become a president. Just imagine. So you have inside you everything. Now looking at the teachers' well-being today. Next slide, please.
My apology, Dr. Prem. Hold on for a while.
Okay, sir. No problem. Okay, meanwhile, I continue for the listening pleasure of everyone to not make it so monotonous. As they said, the first 60 seconds of any speech is very important. I would like to share a very beautiful thing here. If you go to Germany, there's a place called Rostock. The Woodstock is more famous. There's a monument. There's a monument of a teacher and a student. So you can just imagine how important a teacher and a student relationship in this world is. And this has been done many, many, many years ago. So this is something I would love to share with all of you. Now, numerous recommendations emerge from the literature review with different case studies and real teacher experiences. Okay, it doesn't matter about the slides. Now, what are the best practices of looking at teachers' well-being today as I continue? Now, how do we promote teachers' well-being during the pandemic, especially now? Being a doctor, being a teacher, being in the pandemic, being in the Talk to Us COVID-19 task force, I'm involved in the welfare of everyone, and that includes me as well. The criteria is to look at the physical health, the mental health, and the spiritual health. Now, physical health, of course, the exercises that are important. Even a 10 minutes walk in the morning can give you a very bright day. Just
So
imagine.
kalau udah best Andy.
Uh, Mental health, yes, you will feel depressed like I am now, with no slides there. But then again, you have to rise to the occasion. Spiritual health, okay, I was in, and I'm still in Philippines. Uh, I find them 99% Christians. Now, when I get tired, I just go and sit in a church. Believe me, you can do that. It de-stresses me. Uh, it gets the best out of you. You have to find your own temple, your own place, your own Shangri-La, your own solace, to find somewhere to de-stress. Because remember, you are a teacher.
My apologies,
Even if
Dr.
you're
Prem,
not
Dr. Prem, but your slides are okay already.
wonderful, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you. Uh, Maybe go to the next, please. Wonderful. Okay, I just repeat. Numerous recommendations are emerged from the literature review with different case studies and the real teacher experiences. Next, please. Okay, teachers' well-being. Then that's the topic today. Now, what are the best practices of looking at teacher well-being today? Wonderful. Now, how do we promote teachers' well-being during pandemic? As I just mentioned, the physical health, the exercises, the mental health. Do not get depressed under the circumstances, especially today during the pandemic. The spiritual health, find a place, a church, a temple, a synagogue, or wherever that gives you peace of mind, even a quiet place in the corner, wherever you want to de-stress, as you know, the kind of 21st century life we are leading. Next, please. Teachers' well-being. Now, it is important to understand the factors that might prevent burnout that can be different from those that might promote well-being. Now, a point to consider here, occupational burnout. This is an occupation. It's a noble profession, teaching, remember, but it is an occupational hazard as well. And that is where the word burnout comes on. Being a doctor, you ask me, I know it. Next, please. The wellness fives. Now, the wellness five. This I made it into the high five thing. Connect, notice, active, learn, and give. You have to be connected with your mentees. You're a mentor. Remember, you're a teacher. You have to be connected with your students. You're teaching them, and like I am speaking to you, I have to be connected with you. Maybe with this audio visual uh, way, as we can't sit together, meet each other, touch each other. So this is one way of connection, and you are hearing me, or maybe not seeing me. Notice, you have to learn to notice the problems because you're a teacher. You have to solve the problems and also find the solutions. The students are looking up to you. Active, you have to be actively involved in all the classroom activities, whether you are in school, college, university, academy, institute, anywhere. Learn. You have now online teaching, online learning. I just saw the MOOC here. Offline. A teacher has to also have to learn. It's a lifelong learning process. And learn what? Knowledge, because you have finally to give. And that's why this give comes in the end, but it is the most important factor. Give, give, give. That's my mantra. Because I'm not here to hide anything from you. I'm here to give you the knowledge that I have learned so that you can learn. And finally, giving is caring and sharing. Next, please. Wonderful. It's probably the best and the most important, the 7 components of total wellness, how they're defined. You know, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. This is for mothers, remember this. My mother is very important in my life, and she is my first teacher. I will come to that. Now let's go step by step. Physical wellness, the ability to take care of ourselves. It's also the absence of disease and our body's overall condition. So here we come to the physical fitness. You can go to the gym, or you can go to the park, or you can just walk in the morning and the evening whenever time permits. And health management. It is important for you as you manage your classrooms, you must also manage your health. The next is environmental wellness. Oh, climate change, you ask me. I'm an advocate, I'm an activist. Environmental wellness is very important, very neglected, and I think hardly even understood. the capability to live in a clean and safe environment that is not detrimental to health. Imagine we live in rural areas, we don't live in very clean areas, and that is where the trouble begins. So awareness of place in the ecosystem and taking personal responsibility. I have seen people throwing water bottles from the cars. That's just an example, and you may have even done that. Let's face it. And how good is that? It's important during these kind of interactions to look at ourselves as well. Social wellness, the ability to relate well to others within and without the family unit. We live in family units, some live alone. How do we relate with each other? How do I and you relate each other through this media? Uh, Engaging other wellness components are full of it. Now life is full of wellness and to be healthy and to be active. The truth is, are we or are we not? And if we are not, start doing it, because well-being is not only for teachers, it's for everyone. Next, please. Thank you. The mother is child's first teacher. And do you know that the teacher in school is the mother or the father? How many of you even practice it? How many of us even know this? That's how the small toddler, the small schooler, the small early primary student looks up to you if you are a primary school teacher, because they miss their parents. They will not tell you. Just go to a pediatrician. They will explain to you what a child misses most in the class is not the food, it's the parents. So how important is your role as a parent, even you may not be a parent, for a student, because that is moral boosting. So this one today, I want to give this very beautiful conference that's happening now, a tribute to my own parents, my mother, my father. I come from teaching parents. If I am good today, the credit does not go to me. The credit goes to my parents, to my teachers. They instill that character in me. They instill that goodness and greatness in me. In fact, greatness is not even important, and I'm not even great. The important thing is to be good. So in India, there's a Gurukul system you have not even heard of, or maybe you have heard of. The Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore, first Asian to ever win a Nobel Prize, comes from Calcutta. There's a place called Shanti Niketan. And Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, sent his daughter Indira Gandhi, the next Prime Minister, after a few Prime Ministers, not to Harvard, Oxford, or Cambridge, but to Shanti Niketan to learn, to understand the meaning of learning it. Those were the days. Teaching is a very noble profession. Next, please. Reconnect to your purpose. Why do you become a teacher in the first place? Remember, this is an occupational, very stressful hazard and a profession. Remember this, a very noble profession. But yes, it is also an occupation. And the reason I've made it into a acronym, as we call it, a synonym, teachers, TEACER. T, tell all. You have to tell all to your students. You hide nothing. E is egoless. I have to be egoless. I'm teaching you, but it doesn't mean I'm great. I'm also learning. A for aspiring. I'm aspiring as well as I am inspiring. If I do not have these two qualities, my students learn nothing from me. C is character of the highest order that I have to maintain. H, it is holistically enthusiastic. E, excellence, and I call it par excellence. You have to be so much excellent in your work. R, the real you. This profession brings the real you out, because you are teaching someone something. You're teaching an art, you're teaching a science, you're teaching a craft, because you are teaching someone who may also want to teach because he or she finds you a great teacher. Remember that. Next, please. Adopt a growth mindset in your teaching. You are here to grow yourself and others. your learners, your students, your mentees. So the more you learn, whether it's online or offline, and both, the more you can give. Because in this pandemic, in this lockdown, in these classes on and off, whether in school, college, university, academic, institute, wherever in the world, you have to give. And students are hungry for knowledge, but they will only get it if you have it. Next, please. Focus on kindness and gratitude. I consider these two the greatest qualities, not Fortune 500, not your bank balance, not how your height, weight, or how great or how beautiful you are. Honestly, are you kind? Do you show gratitude, thankfulness for whatever we have? Don't we have that prayer before meals, that grace we call it? Thank God for today's meal. Thank God for today's day. Thank God for today's conference. Thank God I got up today. Thank God you got up today. Why don't we look at this? So love your job and love the people who are listening to you and whom you are teaching. Next, please. Create clear boundaries between home and school. So remember, this is teachers' well-being. So what is happening? You are coming from the home, you are going to the school, and then you're coming back home. So don't bring the homework to the school and the schoolwork to your home. Keep them apart. There'll be peace both sides. You will excel in both the rooms, I call it, your house room and your classroom. Next, please. Set up effective debriefing and mentoring structures. You know what a mentor is? Teacher, someone we look up to. The three qualities important, I call them the three A's. You have to be available, adaptable, and approachable. I must be there when I'm needed. I will have to learn to change according to the circumstance. And there should be no fear between you and me, and so that you can approach me for anything, or I can approach my mentor for anything. Next, please. Continuing our journey to this well-being of teachers, you need a good night's sleep. You get a siesta in the afternoon, you are lucky. But if that's an 8-hour job, remember an 8-hour sleep is also as important because that's an antidote to your stressful life. Who said teaching is not easy? Teaching is not easy. All 5 to 6 hours. But rest is important. Your resetting of your inner side is important. I call it the R&R. You know, when you go to highways, you have this R&R, rest and recreation. No, it is not rest and recreation. It is rest and relaxation. So learn to relax if you want to be a good teacher. And that is, I call it the number one well-being for a teacher. Next, please. Build up your emotional resilience. Yes, you will be under stress. You will be under very unfavorable circumstances, but you have to be strong inside, like everybody else and like in every other occupation. This is a job. And your inner strength, your willpower, the real you have to be tapped. Why? Because that is where the students are looking at you. And they are seeing that in you because they are slowly and slowly building the same thing in themselves. Next, please. Keep focused on your goals as we end this talk. Now, being a clinician, the clinical focus, I love this word, clinical focus, because you have to be laser sharp, like the laser surgeries they do. Very goal oriented. You have to know your goal. Why are you going into that classroom? What is your agenda today? What will be the outcome? What will be the takeaway message by your students? Ultimately, it's not that you are going to have a good day, they are going to have a good day. What is your takeaway message from my talk today? How much have I been influencing in your day to day? You could be anywhere in the world, you could be any time zone in the world, but if you are listening or when you are listening, did I motivate you? Did I inspire you? Was there cooperation between you and me so that finally The outcome was, if not great, at least good. Next, please. Reward yourself. Don't be guilty, please. No, I don't mean an ice cream or a chocolate, but that also includes rewards. For a job well done. You're a teacher. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to have a bad headache. Uh, or a student who spoils your mood. Reward yourself because you are doing your best. It's quite possible your students love you. And why will not they love you? Because you love them as well. So be confident in your achievements. An achievement doesn't mean all the accolades or the trophies or the medals or all the degrees and diplomas and the honors and the achievements we always get. Much more. Even a simple thank you, even a simple touch by a small student, I tell you, makes your day. Just an eye contact makes your day. Believe me, confidence in your achievements is beyond read again. So teaching is a reward by itself. Remember, if you're a teacher, frankly, I salute you. I only learned very late in life that to be a doctor is actually to teach, not to make money. Sorry to say that. You are teaching someone else because we are not here forever on this earth and we have to leave one day. So what do we leave behind? Even I have to leave this speech after 15 minutes, the time allotted to me. I may have crossed it. And why am I saying this? The reason is very simple. I am training someone. If someone just wants to emulate me now, I think I've made my day. I've made your day. Because finally, someone impressed me so much that I am doing what I am doing now. So I may be impressing someone so much today that you can be doing something much, 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 much better than me. How about that? And that's how you make my day. Because finally, we have to leave our legacy behind. So reward yourself with a legacy. That is the takeaway message. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Build new connections and relationships. What is this we are doing now? We are building bridges. The connection between you and me, between this audiovisual, let us say, instrument, a laptop, a computer, even a phone. This one is also a bridge between me and you, between you and your students, because finally it is a bridge that works. So don't burn that bridge. Remember, build bridges between all relationships. Finally, both will end up in a win-win situation. Next, please. Wonderful. I call it my Shangri-La, Wellbeing high fives. This was my actual instrument. We do a lot of high fives, especially when we meet after a long time, or we maybe even win a game. The high fives, connect with everyone. Be active always. Notice, not to be noticed. Remember this third line, very nice. Notice the problems and find the solutions. Not to be noticed, then you become egoistic. Keep learning till the end. Who says I know everything? I have to keep learning till I can even speak. Give your knowledge. You don't have to hide anything. Ultimately, the more you give, believe me, the more you will get back. That's how the rule of karma works. So for the teachers, for the lovely teachers in this world, well-being, I call the high fives mantra. Believe me, follow this. You will be a winner. Take my word. Next, please. International Internship University, Philippines, IAU. Thank you, Dr. Derry. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy. It's important for me to say this. My last slide will just be your takeaway, a little bit of that LOL. That's me. The doctor comes from the Latin word dosier, if there are doctors listening here, which means to teach. That's all. You just teach. I just won an award, so I just want to share it with you, which means you can reward yourself. So yours truly, very humbly, Mr. Premadesh Leki. My last line. I inspire to aspire before I expire. Thank you very much. Goodbye. God bless you.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Prem, for that very inspirational presentation on teachers' well-being coming from a medical doctor and an educator himself. Thank you very much, and we will surely be able to take note of what you have said for all of us as educators, as students, and there are even parents who are present currently. Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much once
Thank
again,
you.
Dr. Prem. Can we
Thank you,
give
sir. Thank
Dr.
you,
Prem
Captain.
a virtual clap or a
Thank you,
physical
sir. Thank
clap?
you. A million thanks to all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prem. Okay, so we'll now proceed with our next speaker. Our next speaker comes from Greece. She is a global educationist, an author, a speaker, a researcher, and a global peace ambassador, and with 23 international awards. She is part of the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs in Greece, STEM instructor, honorary ambassador, international advisor at different organizations, director of education affairs at the Forum 36 plus Peace and Unity, and she studied at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Friends, educators, let's all welcome Professor Rania Lampu.
Good evening from Greece to all of you. Would like to congratulate IIU, the special chapter IIU Philippines, for this very enriching event. Actually, today we're going to explore the role of teachers, the role of education development of the countries, because teachers are those who shape the future. The human mind makes possible all development achievements, from health advances and agricultural innovations to efficient public administration and private sector growth. So for countries to reap these benefits fully, they need to unleash the potential of the human mind. And there is no better tool for doing so than education, because education is fundamental to development and growth. While making or building a development plan for any country, education is the most crucial and critical area looked upon by planners and policymakers. So one of the key differentiating factors between underdeveloped, developing, and developed countries is actually the level and quality of education being provided to the population. The right education, recognized as a basic human right by several countries, shows the undeniable correlation between education and the development of a country. It is proved that a country's development is primarily based on its people and its resources. However, it ultimately depends on the people only as to what the extent they can use these resources efficiently in order to achieve a rapid rate of development and breakthroughs in innovation. And as people play the most important role in shaping the status of the country, education is responsible for shaping the person. Education is the backbone of any country, plays a crucial role in technological developments and imparts various skills, values, and awareness. Why? Because it increases the propensity for better employment opportunities, and not only education makes a smart, informed population, but it boosts economic growth and increases the GDP of the country. It allows people to live a healthy and quality lifestyle with a high standard of living. And if a country has a higher literacy rate, it will lead to lower unemployment rate and a greater GDP growth. Today, countries face various issues, including terrorism, discrimination, global warming, poverty, and gender inequality. Proper education for everyone can eradicate these problems from its roots and would lead to a better country with higher standards of living. In the long term, education reaps greater benefits. Educated students today will develop a very civilized and moral society tomorrow. The human mind has a greater potential to achieve radical developments, and here education is a more step to work on. It is an investment which is crucial for development of every being. And education has the ability to transform a person and provide a perspective to see their lives from a different view. Some now, in the COVID era, some might argue that health is more important step for the development of the country, as only a healthy population could be efficient and productive. However, education is required to be healthy and disease-free, and education imparts awareness, which is essential for being healthy and productive. And it's something for a good solution to many problems, gradually has the potential to eliminate all the concerns which every person faces today. Teachers give the ability to turn information into knowledge, which is essential for solving problems and developing analytical skills. Educated people possess various diverse skills. They know what's best for them and society, and proper education eradicates crime rates, poverty, unemployment, diseases from the country. Moreover, it's fundamental for peace and prosperity. Governments of each country should emphasize on education. There must be laws for mandatory education till a certain age, which could make every individual aware of the basic living in society. Governments could also subsidize or provide free inclusive education to parents who cannot afford to send their parents to school. Most of us have grown up being taught the importance of education, but why this is important through our frustrating sometimes school years, you may have thought that it was a waste of time or was just something that we needed to do in order to get a job. Education goes much beyond than just getting a job or making our parents happy. In fact, it's one of the most powerful tools out there because it can change the world, and by increasing access to quality education, results can be transformational for communities, for individuals, and societies at large. The value of investing in education is indisputable because it reduces inequality between women and men, improves economic development, promotes peace, and lifts people out of poverty. Some years before, the World Bank's education strategy emphasized several core ideas: invest early, invest smartly, and invest in learning for all. Invest early because foundational skills acquired early in childhood make possible a lifetime of learning. The traditional view of education starting in primary school takes up the challenge too late. So the science of brain development shows that learning needs to be encouraged early and often both inside and outside of the formal schooling system. Second, getting results requires smart investments. Investments that are prioritized and monitor learning beyond traditional metrics, such as the number of teachers trained or number of students enrolled. So quality needs to be the focus on education investments, with learning gains as the key metric of quality. Learning for all means ensuring that all students, and not just the most privileged or most gifted, acquire the knowledge and skills that they need. Major challenges of access remain for disadvantaged population, the primary, secondary, tertiary levels. We must, of course, lower the barriers that keep still girls, children with disabilities, and the linguistic minorities from attaining as much education as other population groups. Achieving learning for all will be challenging, but this is the right agenda for the next decade. The United Nations has emphasized this through Sustainable Development Goals. And let's not forget that teachers, educators are change makers because they're visionary, they're persistent with innovative ideas and solutions to society's most pressing social, cultural, and environmental challenges for national and global impact. They are those who imagine new reality, who take action, who collaborate with others to bring this new reality into being for the good of others. So we should recognize the critical role that teachers play in order to build more resilient, more stronger, sustainable education system, more sustainable world. Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. A good education is a foundation for a better future, and education is what remains after one has forgotten everything he has learned in school. Albert Einstein said. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ranin, for um, talking about the importance of becoming a teacher. And again, we'd like to thank you for your time in presenting in the conference. A round of applause for Rania, Professor Rania. Thank you very much. God bless you, Professor Rania.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now moving on, our next keynote speaker. Okay, let me just. Okay, our next keynote speaker is a very good friend as well. She is from India, and recently she uh, is an achiever of the Global Education, an award of honor, which is naming her belonging to the top 50 effective unsung COVID warriors. And she is a mentor, a guidance counselor, and part of a research the research center in Bhopal, India. Friends and fellow educators, let's all welcome Dr. Kalpana Dixit.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Derry, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Professor Nada. You are here, Professor Rania also, and thank you, Piyush Pandit sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity and for conducting this wonderful conference. Actually, teacher wellness and teacher well-being is a prime concern nowadays. In ancient time, teaching was considered as a prime and noble profession because people think it is a very cool, satisfactory, and easygoing job. Uh, in the ancient Indian time, the teacher and students were lived collectively as Gurukul system. But nowadays, when the technology develops and new types of teaching and learning methods are emerged, there are competition, conflict, and modern situation of career upliftment, career development itself. So teacher thought conflict is increasing gradually, and the teacher workload is also increasing gradually. So that there is a teacher are in stress conditions. In previous time, there were teacher live satisfactory with their family as well as with the discipline also in the same premises. But nowadays, daily life routine is too much complicated and that creates very much stress in the life of a teacher. So here I would like to highlight some research review, some research trend and some noble causes of teacher stress as well as components of the stress and how to recover and what are the better remedial measure of teacher stress and to keep teacher life well and effective and teacher will live life very well. So I would like to share my screen. Can you please permit me so?
Go ahead, Dr. Dixit. You can actually share it.
Yeah, but I'm just sharing my screen. So
Ha? 5 piso yun, tsaka piso.
Dr. Kalpana, you are muted.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead,
My screen is
Dr.
visible
Kapana.
now, na? Actually, there were
Yes.
two files on my screen. Yeah.
Go
So,
ahead, Dr. Kapana.
yeah. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. The today's topic for this great conference is looking at teachers' well-being today. Or the future of every society in the world depends on teachers. IIU Philippines, 29 January. First of all, I would like to say to the teacher that, dear teacher, you can't pour from an empty cup. Take time for yourself. Relax, reflect, rejuvenate. Then I also like to express that you should live your life peacefully and love and joy. Meet with the like minded people. You should have a purpose, look forward, and focus and continue. Keep going. This is the motto of the well being of the teachers. Now, the concept of wellness. Wellness is defined by the National Wellness Institute as an act through which people become aware of and make choices toward successful successful existence. NWI explained that among professionals and researchers in the world, there is general agreement that wellness is
Kalpana ji, unmute yourself now.
okay. Wellness is defined by the National Wellness Institute as an act and process through which people become aware of and make choices toward a more successful existence. And WI explained that among professionals and researchers in the wellness field, there is general agreement that wellness is an evolving and self-directed process, may include multi-dimensional components of wellness, vary across different theories of wellness and wellness program, but often include medical, emotional, environmental, occupational, physical, intellectual, spiritual, social, and financial components. Despite this multidimensional understanding of wellness program in the workplace often focus on only the physical and medical dimensions. Here are some common sources of teacher stress. They are a multitude of factors contributing to the high rates and burnout in the education field. Studies suggest that some of the most important factors are high stakes testing, large class sizes, students' behavioral challenges, inadequate resources, poor physical space, bureaucracy, workload, paperwork, high responsibility for others, perceived inadequate recognition or advancement, and the gap between pre-service training expectation and actual work. If we find out the data, we will find that lack of autonomy is also an important factor for teacher stress. Lack of autonomy is a significant contributor to teacher burnout and stress. Teachers who do not feel that they have autonomy over their classroom or that they have a collective influences over school policy are more likely to experience job dissatisfaction. This study was found by Inger Roll in 1996 and 2001. Research from the 2012 Gallup Daily Tracking Poll showed that when compared to 12 different occupational groups, teachers are the least likely to state that they agree with the statement at work. My opinion seems to count. It means they are not satisfied at their workplace. Some physical and psychological symptoms and consequences. Numbing and feeling shut down. Many times teachers feel numbing and become shut down. Why? Because they have no liberty to express and they feel themselves depressed, then loss of enjoyment and lack of energy. Sometimes teachers feel that the job is not interesting and entertainment is not there. So they have lack of energy itself. A sense of cynicism or pessimism, increased illness or fatigue, ache and pains, increased absenteeism and sick day, greater problem with boundaries and difficulty making decisions or making poor decisions. Components of school employ wellness program, health education and health promoting activities tailored to the employee, safe, supportive, social and physical environments, integration of program into the school district structure, linkage to other related programs like employee assistance program itself, worksite screening program, and follow-up care as needed, individualized interview and interventions to support employee behavior change. Education focused on helping employees make healthcare decisions and evaluation and improvement process to have the program improve their effectiveness. The workplace wellness program. How it will work? Workplace wellness program generally fall into three categories. One is screening activity, number two, preventive intervention, and number three, health promotion activities. Under screening activities, focus on identifying health risks in employees and many include measuring weight, completing a health risk questionnaire, and taking other biometrics, example, cholesterol level, etc. Preventive intervention are programs that are implemented to help employees make positive changes in their health behavior, such as health education classes, individual health counseling, or step counting program itself. Health promotion activity. Number three are those that promote healthy lifestyle for all employees, such as offering healthy meals in the cafeteria or providing subsidized gym membership itself. These type of activities are present in about 40% of workplace, including those without a formal employee wellness program. Most employee wellness programs tend to be a combination of these three types of approaches to wellness, with combined screening and intervention approaches being the most common. Review of research on mental health issue and well-being of teachers. Individuals working in a school setting are particularly vulnerable to work-related stress. Data from the 2013 Gallup Health-Based Wellbeing Index found that 46% of teachers in K-12 settings report high level of daily stress during the school year. Furthermore, the American Federation of Teachers in 2015 found that 78% of teachers reported feeling physically and emotionally exhausted at the end of the day. The stress that educators experience affects their enthusiasm about the profession and longevity in the field. For example, a survey of 30,000 teachers revealed that 89% had been enthusiastic about teaching when they started the profession, but only 15% reported being enthusiastic at the time they completed the survey. The stress of the education field is further illustrated in the high rates of teacher turnover. 10% of teachers have after 1 year and 17% of teachers leave within 5 years of their job. Turnover rates
Dr.
are
Kalpana,
much higher.
Dr. Kalpana, my apology, but
Yes,
would
sir.
like to request you to, my apology to fast track it because we are only given around 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation. My apologies. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. करो ना वापस अभी भी कहाँ दिख रही है स्क्रीन
Dr. Kalpana, great presentation, wonderful research. You can tell us 3 sentences, the conclusion, because we really have a lot of speakers today here. You can say a conclusion.
I am reaching on the conclusion.
Go ahead, Dr. Kalpana.
Just I am reaching on the conclusion, sir.
Yes, conclusion.
Yes, just conclusion itself. The major conclusion of the research review and scientists find that tailor the program to the needs and interests of employee to promote motivation to participate in the wellness program itself. Target multiple components of wellness rather than just one or two components. Health, mindfulness, and stress reduction, positive behavior changes, health education. Incorporate the wellness program into the structure and the culture of the work. I mean to say that all the wellness program can be included in the daily school life and incorporate and foster open and frequent communication between teacher and staff to problem solve how to address and help reduce the stress experience of the teachers and be mindful of the periods of increased stress for teacher. Example, time leading, testing, and week leading up to a school vacation. Leverage technology, example, mobile apps, virtual groups, and to teach a borderline, increase the participation. In short, I would like to highlight that there are many research and review of the research has been found during this pandemic and after pandemic in the well-being or wellness study of the teacher. So we have to conclude on the thing that teacher wellness program has to be introduced in each and every school with proper technology, with proper app, with proper tools and techniques, and with proper measure of reduction of the stress should be there, and also provide effective staff development strategies to the teacher as well as the administrator to keep the teacher in proper and sound mental health and physical health. Thank you. Thank you each and everyone. Is there any question? You can ask me.
We will see
Okay.
Thank you,
later.
Deriso.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalpana Dixit, for your comprehensive presentation on, quite a good number of review-related literature. And thank you very much for it, and it's very well researched. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalpana Dixit. A
Thank
round
you,
of applause
Professor
again
Derry.
for Dr. Dixit. Thank you. We'll now proceed with our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Vasanta V. Kumar. He is from India, and he actually has 4 master's degree. Master's in Phil English, linguistics in English, and he had his PhD at the Bharatiyar University in India. Friends, educators, let's all welcome Dr. Vasanta Kumar. Dr. Kumar?
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you. You're audible.
Can I share my PPT, sir, please?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute, please.
While waiting for Dr. Kumar, yeah, I would like to greet our friends who have messages in the chat room. We have Marian, Gina, Mariana. Hello to you. Also to Mariela, Shidon, Frunza, and Dr. Mina Ja from India, who sent her message to all of us. Dr. Kumar?
Sir, just a minute, sir. Can you see my PPT here?
We can't actually see your slides yet.
Just a minute, sir, please.
No worries, Dr. Kumar. Also, yeah, would like to greet also Surya Bano from
evening,
India.
sir. Very good evening. Very good evening.
Good evening.
Very
Good evening, Dr. Surya Bano from India.
yes, very good evening, sir. Glad to see you.
Also, I think we have also students coming from the Philippines who are here to listen to us. Future teachers are currently present here. We are hoping that yeah, you'll be able to make it and be an inspiration to future generations. Also, hi, says Angelo Castro from the Philippines. Hello to you.
Excuse me, sir. Dr.
No
Vasanta
worries,
Kumar.
Dr. Kumar.
Sir, can I share my session in after the 5 minutes, sir, please? Because
Yes,
I have
yes,
some
yes.
error in my PPT.
Go ahead, go ahead. Also, I see familiar faces who are actually present in the different IIU presentations. Takesh Bidris, I think you are here again. I don't know.
He's always with us.
Wonderful. I don't know if
Last time he talks on friends. Last time he talks friends with you.
yeah. I don't know if it's morning, evening, or afternoon in Taki's country.
This afternoon in Morocco now.
Good afternoon.
Morocco and Croatia have the same time. It is 1:30 p.m.
It's afternoon. Hi to you again, Taki. I saw also one educator from Taiwan earlier. I'm not so sure if she's still around. Good evening to you, madam. I think I saw someone from Taiwan who is here. Good evening.
Dr. Kumar, is it going? Will we go for the next speaker and then go back to
Yes,
you?
yes, you can move the next speaker because
Yes,
I'm
yes,
I'm
yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Go
okay.
ahead. Okay.
Please.
All right. We'll proceed with the next speaker. Okay. The next speaker is actually me. So I will so I'll have to I will have to Nada just smiled. Yeah, I'll just have to share my slide to everyone. So good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone. So I will be presenting exploring teachers' well-being. I tried to look at as many literature as possible, case studies, and the local experiences actually in schools in the Philippines. And let me start. Wait, something happened to my. Okay. Okay, there it is. Let me start with this one. As humans, all of us are born with incredible set of tools from our brains, our fingers, but we are not born knowing how to do anything that will allow us to make a livelihood or even survive. Thus, we must learn everything. And that in the 21st century, that includes the information age and the pandemic era across the world, we have decided that children should start learning in formal academic settings at an early age to acquire the skills that will, at minimum, amount to the ability to survive and possibly to have a rewarding career and make vital society or societal contributions. And teaching is a necessity, as we all know, as educators, and a gift for no smaller purpose than to sustain and improve the quality of life of the human race. And that in 2019, there were around, imagine, 94 million teachers worldwide. And that's a lot, according to UNESCO UIS in 2020. But despite this staggering number, to achieve the international SDGs and reach universal primary and secondary education in 2030, another 69 million teachers will be required. And that is a lot. And we must attend to the well-being of our teachers for the sake of the teachers themselves and for the children they actually teach. And there is a substantial literature on teacher attrition and burnout, as made mention also by uh, Dr. Dexy earlier. And some researchers have more recently turned their attention to teacher well-being and a broad term with multiple definitions. And interestingly, the definition I got was from McCallum and Price. This is in 2016. Um, I'd like to request some of our participants to mute their microphones. Thank you very much. I think not yet. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Um, Go ahead. Well-being is a diverse and fluid, respecting individual, family, and communities' beliefs, values, experiences, culture, traditions, and context. Well-being is diverse and fluid, respecting individual, family, and communities' beliefs, values, experiences, culture, opportunities, and contexts across time and change. So I guess his definition of McCallum and Price in 2016 cuts across the definition of a well-being. Thus, well-being matters to the individual is something that changes and needs fostering and protecting and is affected by the community context beyond the individual. And so, the future of every society in the world depends on teachers who are actually present here. And teachers impact children in myriad of ways, from teaching the lifelong skill on how to learn, to the practical skills on navigating life and modeling healthy, respectful interactions. Now, with the population growth, the number of teachers needed, I think this was made mention earlier, that we need at least 163 million teachers across the globe. And that it's not enough to merely prevent burnout. We must go beyond it. To optimally teach children, we need teachers with strong well-being. And this well-being is associated with doing well for others, thriving, and coming up with creative solutions to the problems and socially connecting. And our children need this full support from teachers. And teachers' well-being experiences are similar across the world. And the conditions that teachers, principals, and policymakers attribute to teacher well-being are aligned across different countries based on the literature that I've gathered, such as Qatar, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, and other countries in Southeast Asia. Now, the findings of the literature review highlighted overlapping recommendations across different studies. At the same time, some differences in teacher well-being were found, such as we should focus on the physical health, social gatherings, and very important is the emotional needs. And from the case studies, 7 principles underlying teacher well-being emerged. And this is very interesting. Teachers have strong well-being when, number 1, experience being valued and respected as leaders, especially our teachers who has been there for a long time already. I call them the legendary teachers, are deeply engaged in their work and they find meaning and purpose in their work. I have a colleague who recently retired who has been in the institution that I'm working for almost 52 years. Imagine. And from number 4, that teacher feel successful and have their personal and non-work needs that is usually met, and they are able to manage their emotions and well-being and experience a positive, supportive work environment, which I think is very important. Now, the studies in the literature review affirm many of these principles, but there were more studies on positive environments such as emotion regulation and feeling successful, such as teacher self-efficacy. And the case studies revealed how deeply embedded teachers are in relationships, particularly the principals, your co-teachers, students, and parents, and the degree of emotional work that comes with constant interactions. And interactions between separate actors influence the upstream and downstream interactions. For example, when principals praise teachers, teachers may be more likely to praise students. When students work hard, teachers may be more likely to work hard, as may the principals. Yet, there are challenges that abound this. At the same time, the possibility of finding meaning during a day's work is omnipresent. And the findings indicated that teachers' need for praise and recognition to maintain their sense of meaning and value in their work was strongly related to their well-being. For example, respect for teachers as being leaders, coordinators, with the autonomy accorded to the other expert-supported well-being. Let them be leaders. Burden some administrative work. And sometimes we tend to forget that they are actually teachers and not administrators. Seen as lacking meaning, displaces other work considered meaningful and may lead teacher burnout. And teachers, principals, parents, and even the national, provincial, and local level education bodies have important roles in promoting teacher well-being. And this can be summarized in the following set of recommendations. Number one, parents. They can contribute to teacher well-being by communicating with their children's teachers and recognizing and praising teachers when deserved. And they can prepare their children to behave well at school and respect their teachers, which will make teachers' jobs easier. Next, for teachers, teachers can improve their own well-being through deep and meaningful engagement in their work. For example, they can praise students and encourage them to apply for awards and participate in competitions and conferences like is being offered by the IIU, and teachers can take advantage of professional development opportunities. I'm very sad because some teachers out there doesn't seem to take advantage of this kind of professional development opportunities and volunteer to serve in school-wide or district-wide committees. And teachers can improve their own well-being through deep and meaningful engagement in their work by interacting with other teachers is very important. Sharing what they know with each other and asking for help when needed. And ideally, teachers take care of themselves on a regular basis and reserve some personal or family time for themselves. And there are a number of skills that can help teacher well-being. This would include learning how to manage emotions. Let us not be onion skin. Practicing mindfulness-based stress reduction skills and keeping the big picture in mind when experiencing frustration or other negative emotions. Now for the principals, they play a significant role in promoting teacher well-being. They help create a positive work environment and ways for teachers to positively interact with each other. And they can promote teacher well-being by clearly stating, I think this is very basic, the school's goals, a sense of unity, and focus on promoting good student behavior. And they can even praise teachers for good work. We need all the affirmation that we can give to our teachers. Ask about their well-being, how they are doing, and allow them flexibility when reasonable. To minimize teacher burnout, principals can give teachers a large degree of autonomy in the classroom, of course with supervision. Minimize the amount of administrative and bureaucratic work and give them school-wide responsibilities. Now, for the education authorities, or let's say the Ministry of Education, or the Commission on Higher Education, or the government who handles the education of your country, should provide professional development for teachers, not only in teaching methods, but also in emotional regulation strategies and classroom management. Thus, they have to promote teacher well-being. Education authorities can create programs to publicly recognize teachers and principals. And meaningful feedback to teachers from inspectors can be helpful. Financial stability and resources, and again, reducing administrative work is very important. So let me just show you this diagram of what I've been talking about these stakeholders. They're all very important in terms of promoting teacher well-being. And finally, every one of us here can contribute to teacher well-being by showing respect for teachers and letting our past teachers know that they matter, especially those who made a difference in our lives. Everyone can support and advocate for incentives for teachers. This shows respect for teachers and boosts their motivation. So towards the end, teachers have strong well-being when they are engaged in their work, find meaning and purpose in their work, they feel successful, have their personal and non-work needs met, they can manage their emotions, and they can experience a positive support work environment. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone, and these are some of, not some, but many of the references I got, particularly in trying to look at literature, case studies, and local experiences in school about exploring teachers' well-being. Thank you very much for listening.
Excuse me. I'm Dr. Asanta Kumar. I'm ready for this
Okay,
forum.
I'm
Sorry for the
done.
disturbance.
Thank you very much. Now we proceed with our next presentation. Dr. Kumar, are you now ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready now.
Okay, go
Can I
ahead,
share my
Dr. Kumar.
PPT? Yes, sir, please. Now, my document is visible now.
All right, yes, you are visible and audible. Go ahead,
Teachers'
Dr.
well-being
Kumar.
and mindfulness leadership. Actually, here, first of all, I thank our founder, B.S. Pandit sir, and our Vice Chancellor, and also the energetic man, Dasi sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity. Very good evening, my brothers and sisters, those who are presenting this forum. Now we are talking about the well-being of teachers, wealth and futures. But what we need as a India, we people believe about the Gurukula. Gurukula, we think teachers as a god. Every teacher as a god. Because Gurukula was made by God. We Indians believe in our history. So under this word, now we are discussing about the three triangles, the learning experiences and learning objectives and learning outcomes. Under this three triangle, teachers will in center. Without these three experience circle, the experience waves, without the teacher is going to picturize his talent. So now we are talking about the well-being. Well-being based on, in this era, based on the skills, knowledge, and characters. The characters based on the moral and discipline. How we are going to engage in the world in mindfulness through the curiosity and courage and resilience, ethics, leadership. These three categories under the word of metacognition. How we reflect, how the teachers reflect in this forum. This is the way how the people will engage them. Who is teacher? Every teacher is a creator, a leader, a goal-oriented, an innovator, a team builder, a risk taker, a dynamic person, and a problem solver or a committer. These are the phases every teacher have in their heart. This is the main characters teachers believe in themselves. But what going on in this society? A teacher, we need to present ourselves to before our students or the society. A teacher must be have this sacrification, self-discovery with work life, relationship in a virtuous vision, growing through the gratitude of personal life, self-sacrifice with social contribution. This is a good happiness for a teacher. A teacher as a god, I'm already told you, already informed here. So as a teacher must follow the four wheels every teacher followed already in our universe. But what reality going on in our society, especially in India, especially in my state of Tamil Nadu, there are so much of problems based on teachers in this pandemic era. As we know very well about, there is little changes between the teachers before the corona and after the corona. That is pandemic reality. We just have a new platform, that is blended platform. So we are in the online. IIU provide so much of opportunity through the online, but this is not a problem for the teachers, online or offline. But really teachers made a bad situation in the pandemic situation. That is the four important problems. Here we have two mode of teachers, the government, three mode of teachers, government and self and aided. What is the government employees and self-financed employees and aided employees? The government employees paid by the government and self-financed employees, but they are powered by, not only paid by, they are powered by owners. That means that's why the peoples are suffered by health, personal, economic, and social irritations. How they suffered. The teachers, already the Kalpana ma'am directly told so many things in this forum. I am indirectly tell little things because of the time. Health. The teachers, not only as a teachers in our institutions, they are becoming like non-teaching works, the clerical works. They need to bring admission, otherwise they don't have a job. They need to put more admission. Every teacher under by a targets, apart from the teaching. We think, as a world teachers think, the teachers only have a teaching work, but teaching work and clerical work. We have some other clerical work. We are ready to do all those works, but apart from these works, that is a clerical works. If a teacher is going to 15 students in a college, then only he have a salary. And personally, they have a family problems. That apart from they have so many suffering from the family because of the economic. That's why I'm giving the blue line for the economic. Economically, in the last Corona period, there are so many self-financed institutions. They are reducing the salary of teachers. As you all know very well about the news channels, there are so many informations forwarded from the news channels. So many teachers lost their job because, for example, as a language teacher, every institutions need at least 5 language teachers before the pandemic. But and the online, they reduce the teacher strength. For the 5 teachers, they need only 1 teacher. The 4 lost their job, 4 lost their economic status. So that after that, social irritations. What the social irritations? Socially, they have so many irritations from the students, from the management, from the peoples, because there is no moral. There is no moral in the teaching side. When we are following the Gurukula, but now in the modern generation, the students, because of the technological development, they doesn't follow the disciplinary ways. It will be spoil the teacher's mindset. When the teacher is going to prepare all those things, he is going to fruitfully ready to teach in this forum, but the students disturbed, management disturbed, the government disturbed. For example, those teachers having a 15 years experience, but they doesn't have a research, that is a PhD. Recently, they lost so many experience certificates under the rules and regulations. So every new rules will spoil the teacher's experience. Those from this forum, what I request, we are ready. We teachers are ready to follow the digital natives, because I know very well about the internet users strength. 2003, 2010, 2015, as it was the picturization from my slides. I think so. By 2020, now we crossed nearly 60 million people are very, very heavily used the internet, that is technology forum. As we have that. In a March 2012, a wide cover story Sebastian Thrun predicted in 50 years there will be 10 institutions will be remaining in this forum. But IIU is a great platform providing a lot of courses to the teachers. But what I'm here to tell, what is my conclusion in this era? Teachers must be treated as a teacher, not a clerk, not a machine. This is that. We are ready to equip as a teacher, as a guru. We are ready to equip our health. We are ready to equip our educational background. We are ready to update what we require. That is what the society required. But what we expected, we save health of the teacher. We save health and wealth of the teacher. We require the society. We require the government. We require all those private sectors. So here I concluded the usage and user of the Facebook, and all those social medias. Here, 92% of WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Instagram. We know the percentage. We are ready to use technology. We are ready to pursue all the technological ways. But we teachers kindly request only one thing. That thing is a simple thing. That is, we support the teacher, wealth and health. Concentrate teacher's mind. Don't disturb through your new rules. This is the thing. This is the way we digital learners, students also learn from us. We are ready to provide a healthy, as per the words of teachers are the backbone of any country, the pillar upon which all appreciations are converted into the realities. He's not only our former president, he is a former teacher. We follow the same guru's words. Thank you so much for this wonderful time. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you so much, sir.
A
Thank
round
you so
of
much, sir. Thank
applause.
you so much.
A round of applause for Dr. Kumar, and thank you for reminding us of, the role of teachers. Especially, I love the triangulation that you made about teachers. Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you so much, sir. And one more thing, I upload a link to you.
All right. Thank you.
Recently, we have an article
Dr.
about the
Dari,
Indian
can
teacher
I tell
situation.
something to Dr. Kumar?
Yes, go ahead,
Thank you.
Professor Nada.
Okay, today on the conference of research of foundation was the topic, the future of India. So I think that India don't have to scare, because India have amazing scientists like our Dr. Kalpana, like our Dr. Kumar. After them will come a younger science. So there is no for India for the at 2047 and 2050, India will get the all aims.
I agree, Professor Nada. Thank you for the great speakers and researchers who are currently present here. And I hope there'll be an inspiration, to the younger ones, especially students here who are about to become, teachers.
Yes.
Yeah, you are a source of information. Thank you.
Yes, because India at 2047, India will be on the third place after USA and China.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar. Hey, can we give Dr. Kumar a round of applause? We all need that, affirming our colleagues. Nada?
Yes.
You can go ahead and present. I think you're going to present something. Piyush, the video.
Okay. Yes. So there is one special person who always says together we will achieve more. Let us see who is that person. Let us see who is that person. So I have too much open, but we will find it. I put it here. Is that visible? Jerry?
It is visible,
Okay.
Professor Nada. You just need to click on the file. Professor Nada, are you still with us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it problem?
We can't see the I think the video.
Okay. I will stop sharing.
Right.
I don't know what happened. Okay, okay.
Okay. Can you
Maybe,
try again,
maybe.
Nada?
Yes, yes. I have I have lot of open. So I will close. No, I didn't hear that. You didn't said that it is not visible.
Now it's not visible now, Nada, but earlier it was. There we are. Yeah, there it is.
Yes, but you must tell me, is it okay?
Um, can you play the video? Yeah, but we can't hear. We can't hear the video.
Can't hear it.
Yeah, Professor Nada, we can't hear it.
Okay. Huh. I don't know what's happening. At the beginning, we also didn't hear nothing. So I don't know. I put it on the maximum. Stop sharing. Okay. Who can share? Okay. No, it can't. It
Yeah,
can't.
it can't.
Piyush Pandit is that name, who's recognized by
All
his
good, Nada.
multiple work genres. An international social activist, award-winning social worker, serial entrepreneur, and founder of SBP Global. He has determined his destiny by having trust in him and Almighty God. Piyush Pandit is a diligent and passionate social worker committed to serve the humanity. Piyush Pandit has played a crucial role in crafting a team of volunteers and achieved global recognition as head of Swarna Bharat Parivar Trust, which span across more than 50 countries. He granted several live interviews and press conferences on rural development, access to justice, and the right to equality. Piyush is youth leader with extensive social work experience, political activism, and stellar entrepreneurial achievements. When you think of social work and changing the world by improving human experiences, Piyush Pandit comes to mind. He is proactively mentoring other social activists to encourage social activism and entrepreneurship around the world. He is working fiercely towards achieving United Nations sustainable goals in India and over the globe. Under the flawless leadership of Piyush Pandit, Swarna Bharat Parivar Trust was established. The organization strives to place the humanity at forefront and bringing back the human warmth which has lost due to busy modern life. They are fighting to ensure ending poverty, unemployment, and making society better for all. Rural India has been a focal point of Piyush, which gave birth to Help India Help Foundation. The social work continues and the e-village was established in 2012 to reinforce India's roots in villages and villagers. At the crux of Piyush's work is the youth. He believes that youth empowerment is closely aligned with social service. Piyush is the CEO of Piyush Group. The organization covers several industries including renewable energy, logistics, real estate, and so on. Piyush Pandit has succeeded in scaling the growth of these organizations and his work has taken them to the multinational level. Piyush is able to form and sustain positive relationship with people. He has received a plethora of awards and recognitions in 2018 with India's Great Leader Award, India Star Book of Records in 2019. GTF World Summit Bangkok 2019. Volunteer Hero, Abad Samman Samaro, Blood Donation Award, Environmental Sentinel Award, Yuva Gaurav Samman and Literature Confluence Award. Piyush Pandit believes in the philosophy of growing together. His slogan is, "Let's grow together and create tomorrow's entrepreneur." He has the vision to create a society that is based on freedom, equality, solidarity, diversity, and fairness.
So yeah, thank you very much, Professor Nada, for the presenting the co-founder of International Internship University, Piyush Pandit, on yeah, he was a hardworking and social worker, an educator, entrepreneur, and a visionary man. Thank you very much, Professor
Yes.
Nada,
And
for
Mr. Piyush
present.
is a truly, yes, he's a truly inspiration for all of us, a role model who works 24/7.
All right. Thank you, Professor Nada, for being able to introduce to our educators and colleagues of the co-founder of the International Internship University, Piyush Pandit. Moving on, we will now move to our next keynote presenter, Dr. Meena Jha. Dr. Meena, are you here already? Dr. Meena?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yes, I am ready. Very good
Hi,
evening.
Dr. Meena.
Hello, good
evening.
evening.
I will
Good
just
evening.
introduce you, Dr. Meena, to our colleagues.
Thank
Dr.
you
Meena
so much.
Jha, she's a dynamic woman, academician. She's a peace ambassador, facilitator, motivator, and a public speaker. An orator born in Air Force Station Pune on September the 12th. And always cheerful, friendly, and enthusiastic for imparting knowledge and love and inspiration to many students. Her love to engage in organization, socialization, and collaboration in one team or inter-team in national and international level. She has dreams and a very nice purpose to be productive in society. And yeah, without further ado, I'd like to present our next presenter, Dr. Meena Jha. Dr. Meena?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Derry sir, for such a beautiful, heartwarming welcome. And I'm very happy to be part of this wonderful webinar. Thank you so much, Nada ma'am. And I love to see all your speeches and everything. I totally agree with all the presentations. And that was indeed very enlightening. Thank you so much for all the excellent, lovely words. Kindly allow me to share the screen, please. I want to share my screen, please.
You share it. You share
Yes.
it.
Is it visible, ma'am? My screen is visible? Yes. My
Yes.
visible? And again, I would like to pay my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Derry sir for organizing always excellent session and inviting all of us. Thank you so much, IIU. Thank you, Piyush Pandit sir. Thank you, Trustee Roshni Lal ma'am. Thank you so much, Nada ma'am. And of course, all beautiful audience present over here. Thank you so much. So the topic is especially the wellness and well-being about teachers. So teachers are indeed heart and soul of the society. So we must good health for teachers and of course then sustainability in education. So myself, Meena Jha, and I would like to present few things. Actually, you all have said so many things and nothing is left. But still, I would like to add my little points over there. So importance of health, abstract introduction. So little introduction and my research work I just want to add over here, so that how we foster good health. So importance of health and nutrition. Yes, it is very much mandatory. Good nutrition, leading a healthy style, which will be very helpful to reach and maintain healthy weight, reduce our risk of chronic disease. So nutrition is very important, nourishment or energy that we obtain from consuming food. So this topic is not only for teachers, but for entire society. Everybody needs good health. Not only teachers, not only students. We are not confined to a single area, but I just want to highlight the importance of good health for everyone around the world, because health and fitness is very important for each one of us. Because when we are healthy, then we are able to do weight management. We will be able to strengthen our immune system. Everything is associated with that. So the secret of life is to maintain good health. So now what we are observing nowadays, headache, little body ache, we are popping up the paracetamol, easily available medicine in form of Dolo 650 or like that. But now my research says that there are different plants and herbal medicines are all around us, which are able us to cure many diseases, because consuming synthetic diseases may cause toxicity in long term. So our lifestyle is nowadays based on fast life. So because of COVID pandemic, teachers' life is highly affected. Students are affected. So medicinal plants provide many benefits. Health benefit, financial benefit, society-wide benefit. So along with paracetamol, there are certain unwanted effects. So plants have been a reliable and important bioactive compounds which make us healthy. So methodology and data analysis. I did online survey in Uttarakhand, India, and 50 objective questions were framed, data was collected and it was analyzed. So now these are few medicinal plants which are easily available. For example, turmeric is often known as golden spice. If we add small pinch of turmeric in milk, that will boost our immunity. Even neem, it has mentioned in Chinese, Ayurvedic, Unani medicine and in Indian subcontinent. So the natural healing force within each one of us is the greatest force in getting well. Our food should be our medicine. Otherwise, what will happen? We will keep on medicine and medicine and medicines. As spoken by all eminent speakers like Dr. Dairy, Nada ma'am, Dr. Kalpana Dikshit ma'am, you all have spoken very rightly that teachers are facing lot of health issues, lot of physical, mental, emotional health issues. But the teacher has to be a role model in society, and teacher has to take care of the health. If the teacher is happy and healthy, then only we can give happiness in our classroom to our students. If we are unhealthy, we are not going to impart good education. We will be bedridden. We will not be able to deliver the content which is meant for. So it is very important that in our kitchen, in our homes, around the surrounding, there are many medicinal plants that should be taken care of, and we should make aware to our students also that don't depend on synthetic medicine. Please be happy, be healthy and consume. So these are the graphical representations that how when we are feeling fever, we can do lower down the body temperature by using sponges, ice pads. So these are regarding the biotechnology research work which we did. So now India has the power of yoga. In my previous webinars also, I emphasized in this point. This is very, very mandatory that yogic practices aligns our body, mind and spirits, and it enhances mental clarity. So mental wellness is very, very mandatory for teachers. Teachers are the backbone of society. So several medical practitioners also suggest that symptoms of COVID-19 also can be, sometimes it can be decreased when we are using the power of yoga. So yoga has multi benefits. It improves sleep, weight reduction, protection from injury, gives inner strength, energy regulation, helps keep us happy and healthy. And I already said, when I am happy, my students will be happy, obviously. So it is very important. Imparting the youth, and they are the biggest strength. So we teachers will always emphasize that what is the proper nutrition, proper balanced diet, importance of that. So Buddha says adolescents and youth are the backbone of society. So their talent, skills, and personality development represent the potential influence. So we always take care of our health and our students. So we must help adolescents and youth socially connected. We should ask them to reduce sugar and salt intake for making them healthy. So these are very, very, I just want to share these all grapes for you. So for health and nutrition from Meena from India. So these all mouth watering grapes for you. Enjoy happy and healthy life. So this is from myself to you all. So, so do something active every day. If teacher is active, the society will be active. So exercise produces feel good hormone. Walking, running, physical activity. Stay connected with friends and family. Embrace everyone and all animals. Love everyone. So just quality education should be development process. When we are happy, then only we will be able to give quality education. According to SDG goals also, we want to give education to women, children, everyone, every youth. But how? When we will be healthy, then only, when teachers are healthy, then only they will be able to. So my main concern is that we should take care of ourselves. And learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, knowledge makes you great. That Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he was the president of India, but he always says that I want to be remembered as a teacher, not as a president. So teacher is indeed a very, very loyal job. So we should take pride being an educationist. We are shaping up the society. So it's very important that we must keep engaging ourselves in learning, learning and learning. So your future is created by what you do today. Always practice gratitude. Always be thankful for every little blessings coming in your life. Let's be thankful for all the gadget and technology. Thanks for the laptop. Thanks for the things which we are being connected. The Zoom meeting. Why not to be thankful? We are connected worldwide. Oh my. From India, I can interact to Philippines. I can interact to overall the world. So let's be very grateful. When we are grateful, we release happy hormones. Our adrenaline above the kidney is acting so highly, and we will become obviously happy and healthy. So mental well very, very important for everyone. So let's inculcate attitude of gratitude among our learners, our students, because we find people are always cribbing and complaining. This is not, that is not, this is bad, that is just to dissolve all these things and just channelize the things with gratitude and gratitude. References are from www.who. World Health Organization always emphasizes practice gratitude, be happy, be happy. If you are happy, you will be definitely healthy. So it's not about being the best, it's about being better than yesterday. So by this, I want to be very thankful, and I am really very grateful to IIU, special to Dr. Derry sir for giving me wonderful opportunity to speak. And thank you so much, all beautiful participants over here. God bless you all. Love you all. Thank you. This is Meena. Thank you from India.
Thank you very much, Meena, for that very inspiring and energetic presentation. I would just like to get one of the comments of our participant, care of Dr. George de la Cruz from the Philippines. She said that you are amazing. Nice face appeal and makes the discussion literally active. Thank you.
Dari, do you know who put Meena? Tell him when you were first time on the IAU stage. Listen, she was not a speaker, and she sent me. Listen, she sent me 100 message. Nada, please put me on. Please, Nada, put me on. And then Nada put her on the stage. Meena is wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dada Ma'am. I am always be grateful to you for recognizing. Thank you, Dada Ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Dairy sir. My lots of love and gratitude to each one of you. God bless you all. I'm so happy. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Almighty God. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was that was really very nice and very brilliant, Mina. And I guess as educators, we really need to be able to be conscious, no, on the food that we actually are eating, no, and it's very important for the well-being of teachers. Thank you again, Mina, for that wonderful presentation. So we are now
Thank you
moving.
again for accepting all grapes. I'm so happy. You all accepted grapes and happiness. Thank you. Thank you is little word for everything you all did for me. I'm so grateful. Mwah. Lots of love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will wait for the grapes to arrive at our place here in the Philippines and the rest of the world. So just wait for it. Thank you, thank you. Our next presenter, I think our next presenter, she is already here. I'd like to present Dr. Daphne Philip. She is a coach, a creator, a founder, and an author, and a public speaker, and a podcast host. And she studied at the University of Maryland in the US. Friends and educators from across the world, let us all welcome Dr. Daphne Philip.
Good morning, everybody. I came in to be early and to support you, colleague. My time is not until 9:30. So I'm glad I came in. Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Daphne.
I have a PDF that I already share with people online already. So I know I only have 15 minutes. I have the PowerPoint ready, and I wanted to talk to you guys about the different way that you should figure out what's happening to your body. As you know, in the United States right now, there's a serious teacher shortage, and I believe that it's the same thing worldwide. I don't have the exact number on me, and I know the SDG said we are even more behind by billions of teachers now because of COVID. So we years behind of meeting our goals and having the qualified educator in front of every student. So I should have looked up the number, but I didn't. So with educators, good morning, out and leaving, we educators that are staying in the business, our work now officially doubled. We have to cover for our colleagues that are not in the classroom. We are losing our planning time a lot. So my one takeaway that I will share with you, I would post it here, the PowerPoint when I'm finished, is this right here. I am sorry, I don't know if you could see my screen.
Not yet.
Okay, hold on, give me a moment. I'm talking in the meantime while I get it ready, because I thought I was just finishing some of the stuff to make sure that, you know, we are good. Okay, do I have the ability to share?
We're very grateful, Dr. Daphne, for making it to the conference. And we know that it's very early out there, and you gave your time. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I have a nicer PowerPoint, but it's not loading for some reason. So I'm just going to share this topic that I spoke to with my teachers when I work with them as much as possible. It was mine that I had to share. So these are the things that I do sometimes when I'm talking to teachers, and how to make sure they are checking that they are being cognizant, they are making sure that they know what's happening to their bodies when they get stressed, and what do they do when they get stressed, right? So for example, I use these 7 tips for me. There are a couple of things I pay attention to when I get stressed, because sometimes throughout the day, there's so much going on. You don't stop to drink water. You don't stop to go use the bathroom. You don't stop to eat. You don't stop to do anything. You go from one class of students to another, because we have 5 classes, right? So I use these self-intakes. They're not in any particular order. As you can tell, I didn't put numbers next to them. What I do know now is what's happening to my body when I get stressed. I know for me, my heart will start beating so fast that I feel like it's coming out of my chest, right? And so I get sweaty so much, like I could see through my clothes, my head, my whole body gets hot. My mouth get really dry. Sometimes I get a headache. And some of my teacher friends get a little, lightheaded, get woozy, that they need to sit down. But instead of sitting down, we push on and we continue, which is not very good for our bodies at all. So these are the signal for me. And I know some of the people that I talk to, some of my coach also mentioned the same thing. And sometimes they get to eat a lot, like they spend the whole day munching and grabbing and all kind of different food that are not good for you. I missed the grape presentation, which I'm very sad about, because grape is my favorite snack. I have it all the time. I have all kinds of color, shape, and size of grapes because I like the taste of it, and sometimes I use it to hydrate myself because it comes with a little bit of fluid in it. So these are the signal to know when you are stressed. Once you figure out what's happening to you, that's the first step. What do? Do you have a system to recognize that? For me, when I notice all of those things are happening, I will ask my students or give them a quick activity they could sit and do on their own where they don't need my direction, right? Because you're supposed to give the young people time for them to reflect. So while the students are reflecting, I will sit down, I'll get a glass of water real quick. I will breathe deeply sometimes if I can, because those are happening right there in the classroom because we can't leave, but you still have to find ways to calm yourself down. I will sit on my chair. I will take 3 deep breaths while I'm counting to 10. I will drink some water. And I would just sit still for a minute or two before I get back up and interact with my student. Those are the first 2 things that I do. But if I am out or between breaks, my planning time, I'll do my best to go outside the school just so I can get some fresh air into my system. I will take a walk, even if you just walk into the parking lot and come back to your classroom, that's better than nothing. The change of scenery will be good for you. Other things that I do is if I notice that I'm getting angrier because they, how sometimes students can push your button to a point where you lash out and you respond in a negative way. So what I do is I could feel myself getting more frustrated by the minute. And I will take that young man, I say, look, we need to process what's happening. Because I've talked to you a couple of times, you're not listening. Do you need to be in a different place? Do you need to go see a counseling? I will kind of put some distance between me and that young student or the situation. If it's not a student or happening something to you in your life, can you excuse yourself from the room? You could go to the bathroom just to take a breath. You could go to the library to pick up a book, or just the sheer changing scenery, give your brain a break from what's happening. Even when a young person is going crazy or losing their mind in our classroom, that's the same thing we do. We break their brain and say, no, let's go outside for a minute, go see somebody, just to give them that cycle of you getting angry and angrier, just to break that for a minute. So those are the things that I do for myself and I help my students do also. Now, another thing we as educators do, we do too many things at the same time. We have to learn how to just take one thing at a time and do it at the moment. Right now, I'm talking to you. My brain wants to do this, look around, get paper, take notes, take a picture, all of those things at the same time. And as you age and as with experiences, those things make you tired a lot more. Just figure out what are the top priorities, what are the tasks that need to be done, and do those immediately or plan to do them in order of priorities. Another thing for me, I am very organized. If you have stuff all around you, that's also can weigh heavy in your head, because if you have to look for everything that you need while you need them, you get frustrated too. At least I do. Organization is key. Cleanliness is key because the air, the energy in the around you will flow better. You find things better. I know people say cleanliness is close to godliness. I'm one to believe it. I know it may not be biblical, but that is a saying that I hear a lot. So that's the kind of stuff that I do. Another thing I do for myself, I stay away from a lot of people that are complaining, because we all have a list of things that we could complain about, from losing family member, friends, shortage. You could go on and on about the negativity. But for you to stay away from stress and take care of yourself, you gotta really minimize these things as much as you can. I journal sometimes to get some of the ideas out of my head before I go to bed. I do it to process my emotion, because I take full responsibility for the way I respond to you, to the people around me, the way I respond to nature, and the way I respond to the world around me. So I make sure always that I do my best to come out with love, compassion, and understanding when I'm dealing with people. So those are the 7 things that I do up here to make sure that I stay grounded. And of course, I'm very spiritual. I take time out to pray, to meditate, to be grateful for the life that I've been given, for the opportunity I've been given to serve people like you. As Dr. Darcy mentioned, I have a speaking engagement coming up at the University of Michigan. If you see it on my Facebook, if you go there, please click the link. I would love for you to get a ticket to come see. There are going to be 62 speakers. I'm one of them, talking about how educators should leverage their skills for them to set up an entrepreneur, a business for themselves. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Dr. Daphne Phillip. I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daphne Phillip, for the presentation. And yeah, we will all take what you have said and becoming, better educators. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Daphne, please. There. Thank you very much. Our next presenter, let me just share my slide. Our next presenter, he gave us a video because currently he had an emergency. So he gave us a video of his short presentation. Let me introduce our next presenter. Is Mr. Christian Gonzalez. Mr. Christian Gonzalez is currently a teacher at the senior high school at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City. So as a senior high school teacher, he will be sharing with us his experiences and ideas about teacher well-being. So friends and educators, let's all welcome Mr. Christian Gonzalez.
Good day. I am Teacher Christian Gonzalez, and I am from the Philippines. Today, our topic is all about teachers' well-being. Let's start our topic with the saying, teaching is the best job in the world. Yes, teaching is the best job in the world. Watching your students grow and blossom is the reward for hours of preparation, marking, and meetings. This is the lifeblood that feeds our heart and makes us want to get up in the morning and do it all over again. The sad thing is that the juice is often squeezed out of teachers and teaching. The pressure of targets, league tables, and exam results dilutes the magic that is the very nature of a great teacher. Teachers are on the front line. If they are not fit to cope with the never-ending, changing series of demands and pressures they face moment to moment, they will not provide the quality teaching and learning experience expected of them. They will not be the great teacher they aspire to be when they enter the profession. The ill effects of stress on teachers are obvious and easily recognized. As stressed teachers will have increased adrenaline pumping through their body. Their heart rate will be higher than normal, generating high blood pressure as a measurable symptom. They are likely to be more easily agitated, less tolerant, quick to judge, and of course, feel fatigue and run down. They will be often rushing or at least feel rushed inside. Their body will not be the only mechanism to signal high levels of stress. Their mind will be full, racing, and possibly turbulent. Negative thoughts are likely to be rampant, and the inner critic is usually at the helm. They will have little or no headspace. Their creativity will be stunted, and their ability to think clearly will take great effort. Their emotional landscape is potentially in tatters. Self-esteem can plummet, and low morale is common when teachers are out of balance. Well, according to the Health and Safety Executive, teaching is among the top 5 occupations affected by work-related stress, with 70% of teachers and lecturers saying their health has suffered because of their job. Unlike many other professions, Unlike many other professions, teachers are constantly exposed to emotionally provocative situations and have limited options for self-regulation. When a student is blowing a gasket, they are usually given the option of taking time, catching their breath, or leaving the classroom to cool off. A teacher cannot do this. A teacher must stay in the room no matter what the circumstances or however unpleasant the situation. They must stay in charge, take the higher ground, rise above the provocation. This is enormously draining, emotionally and mentally. Left unaddressed, this chronic stress will produce deadly outcomes. Teacher suicide is now 40% higher than the national average. But teachers regularly have to juggle many competing demands. As a result, they can easily put others people's mental health and well-being needs ahead of their own. However, it is important that teachers take the time to prioritize their own mental health and well-being for their benefit and that of the whole school community. Mental health and well-being activities for teachers should be ongoing and holistic, embedding self-care activities such as physical activity, catching up with friends, and settling boundaries around work can support teachers to improve and maintain their personal well-being. These activities should be paired with knowledge of the access to formal support networks such as Employee Assistance Programs or EAP. Supportive and trusting workplace culture will also have a positive impact on the mental health and well-being of teachers and other school staff. School leadership school leadership can provide resources and articles, arrange for peer mentoring, and encourage professional relationship among staff. Based on the research consistently shows that teachers who are more stressed are less likely to form close relationships with students, which can negatively impact students' achievement. Teaching at its best arises from healthy teachers who are well-rested, open-minded, clear-thinking, and compassionate toward the challenges of learning. At the end of the day, teachers are human too. We have our own personal battles in life. We are not robots. We are not human. We need rest. We need to recharge so that we can mold a better person like our students. Once again, this is Mr. Christian Gonzalez, and this is my discussion about teachers' well-being. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Christian Gonzalez from the Philippines for your presentation about teachers' well-being. A round of applause for Mr. Christian Gonzalez. Thank you very much. Our next, thank you. Our next presenter, I think Dr. Patrick Rahan is not around, so we will proceed with our next presenter. I'd like to call in Professor Leonardo F. Cada Jr. I'd like to introduce Professor Leonardo to everyone. From the year 2000 to the present, He is a faculty member of the Business Administration Department of Institute of Accounts, Business and Finance at the Far Eastern University, Manila. And his previous work experiences before joining the academe spanned a period of around 10 years as a chairman of the board of a Christian school, corporate planning officer of a holding company, technical assistants of one of the biggest banks in the Philippines, and extension sales staff of the biggest Christian bookseller in the Philippines. And he has research articles published in various international and referee journals, and is a publisher, author of an inspirational book which is entitled The Mess Managed Life. He is also a fellow of the Global Research Institute for Business Academics, and is a member also of international organizations, which includes the International Academic Forum, the IO4, the Mixed Methods International Research Association, and is a founder of Filipino Family Entrepreneurship. Friends and educators from across the world, let us all welcome our next presenter, Professor Leonardo F. Cada Jr. Professor Leonardo?
Thank you, Doc Gary. Am I audible,
Professor
Doc Gary?
Leonardo, you are not audible?
I'm not audible? Really? I just unmute my mic.
Professor Leonardo, we can't hear you.
Yes, we hear him,
Yeah,
Gary.
we hear him.
We hear him.
Okay,
Am I audible?
Sorry, yeah. We can hear you
Yes.
loud.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Doc Gary. Good evening to everyone, and to others, I think it's good afternoon. And I am privileged to be part of this IIU International Virtual Conference. Allow me to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is, Professor Leonard. Visible.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Dari. So, welcome
you can actually click. I'm sorry, Professor Leonard. Can you click your slide presentation? Yeah.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
All right. No worries.
Thank you once again for this opportunity as one of the keynote speakers in this international virtual conference hosted by the International Internship University. So my topic that I would like to share to you tonight is somewhat, I should say, related to the topic of Dr. Daphne Philip. It's about calmness amidst pandemic. So we all know these are of general knowledge that pandemic has brought so much loss to human lives across the globe. The economy was put on halt, causing millions of businesses to close, thereby creating huge number of unemployment worldwide. The effect on public health and safety was unprecedented. Shortage of supply of necessities is happening everywhere. Governments are scrambling to their feet, trying to manage and control the devastating effect of the economy and on the people. And according to the World Health Organization, nearly half of the world's 3.3 billion global workforce are at risk of losing their livelihoods. This includes the education industry. There were teachers who have lost their job, their employment, because of this ongoing pandemic, not only in the Philippines, but around the world. So the dreadful effects of this pandemic have pierced the human spirit and well-being. In this ongoing pandemic, pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. Sometimes it is not the virus that kills us, but our reaction to it. This kind of catastrophe creates panic to people. When the stream of panic disturbs our mind and body and transmits through our nerves, it is that faith in us that lead us to fight against that fear. If you compare both panic and calmness, both generate a state of mind, and both are invisible emotions. Panic creates fear, while calmness creates the will to fight and survive. Which one should we choose? The one with a temporary nature or the one with long-lasting nature? When panic fills our senses, it makes us emotionally paralytic. It is generated in our minds and takes control of the entire body within a fraction of a second. According to Clark, in their 50 years of gathering pieces of evidence and information, they arrive at a conclusion. People rarely panic, at least in the usual sense that word is used. To quote Clark further, even when people feel excessive fear, a sense of overwhelming doom, they usually avoid injudicious efforts and chaos. Panic brings us only anxiety and worry. Take calmness instead of panic. According to American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 5th edition, calmness means stillness or tranquility. During turbulent times such as the pandemic, people must stay healthy by embracing good coping mechanisms. You may adopt the advice of Dr. Daphne Phillips. In one of Aristotle's 4 cardinal values, calmness is an integral part. Others are temperance, sobriety, and meekness. Now, try some of these recommendations when panic attacks. Try to distract yourself with the effects of music, listening to a pleasant track, or to a moment of genuine quiet can be an ideal buffer against panic. When you hear music, you fear no danger. You are invulnerable. You see no hope. Try techno-calming techniques. Our 24/7 use of technology in every area of our lives can call for new methods of coping with panic attack. It's just being constantly connected to everything. You're just unable to switch off. You must make the technology your servant and not your master. Balls in the air, avoid multitasking when panic attacks. When you're
Professor, I'm
overwhelmed,
sorry, Professor Leonardo. Some of our participants are asking if you will be showing your slides. If
I
you
am
will be
showing.
we can see it, Professor Leonardo.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Can you? Yeah.
What happened?
Try to end share screen, Professor Leonardo, and
Okay.
try to share screen again.
I thought I was already sharing my screen, Doc Dari.
Not yet. Don't worry, no worries.
Okay, let
Because
me share
there are
it
some
again.
participants who really would love and like to see your presentation.
What about now?
Yes, we
Is
can
it now
actually.
visible?
It is visible.
Yes.
Okay.
Professor.
So I will just
Thank
continue,
you.
Doc Dari, because of
Yes.
time constraint.
No worries. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so this recommendation is balls in the air. Avoid multitasking when panic attacks. When you're overwhelmed, it can be tempting to try to tackle everything at once. Yet, research suggests that this approach is likely to make you feel more confused and less efficient. One task at a time is best. And lastly, from the Filipino Family Teampreneur, which I am the founder, when panic attacks, find refuge within your home. which is found inside your house. Thank you for listening. That's all, Doc Dari and the rest of the participants in this conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Leonardo. A round of applause for Professor Leonardo for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, when panic would hit us, what I got is that we would always need to go back home. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us, Professor Leonardo, for, always, we need to go back home every time we
Yeah.
would feel, panic attacks and any other problems that we have currently as teachers and educators.
Yes.
Once again, Professor Leonardo, thank you to our educators, teachers. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Leonardo, again. And now, we will now go to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Priyadarshini Mutkrishnan. Is Professor Dr. Priya around already? Dr. Priya?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Yes, I am very ready for the session.
Thank you. Let me just finish my introduction to Dr. Priya. She is currently a senior lecturer of the Department of Education at the HELP University in Malaysia. And she is a passionate teacher, an educator, and a research enthusiast. And she has given many training sessions and educational research for educators and students. And her research and publications are centered around educational psychology, teaching and learning, or the pedagogy, teacher education. And she has published many articles and article for reputed journals. She is currently engaged in a few research grants related to educational technology or EdTech, the growth mindset pedagogy, postgraduate studies, values education, and eye tracking research. Friends and educators from across the world, let us all welcome Dr. Priya Darshini Mutkrishnan. Dr. Priya?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful session, Dr. Dari. So I have been communicating with you to get involved, and I'm so excited to be here with you all. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from wherever you are. So I'm very much impressed to be with you in sharing some of my experiences that I have as a part of research that I have collected. So I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Nada, who is over here, and also to Sir Payush Pandit, though he is not here. My best wishes and regards, respectful regards to him. And I am very happy to be here with these wonderful participants this evening. So we have been listening to so many experts that they have shared about many things about well-being. So here I would like to present something that is from a perspective of teachers, what is lacking actually in the school scenario and how we can help teachers to develop their well-being or the resilience. So as a part of it, I would like to take this forum for this discussion on collective professional development by enhancing teachers' digital competency. So first of all, we can see that main thing what focusing for our teachers concerned, there are many, but one important thing what we have is the stress related to their competency in handling to this very new technological stress. We call it techno stress because of the pandemic situation. So later I'm going to discuss about these are my discussion points, and then something related to what UNESCO has recommended to improve teachers' well-being or the resilience, and what is the whole idea of helping teachers as a collective professional development, and a few important findings that has supported in the collective professional development, especially using WhatsApp. So I'm just going to spare this 10 minutes with these points. Hope I don't go beyond 10 or 15 minutes as expected. Okay, so we can see during this pandemic, teachers have going through very stress, also the intensity of stress. Many of us have discussed earlier, many of the speakers, health, emotional, social, and many things. And one important thing is getting themselves accommodated to this digital pedagogy or how to use technology in teaching, right from school educators or the school teachers, and also higher educators are consistently, constantly have been engaged in adapting themselves to this technological skills, or we call the digital pedagogy. And the whole situation we can realize if you're a parent or as a teacher or as a student, you can realize in this 2 years, almost like stretched to be 2 years, we can see how much level of stress teachers have gone through, right from even the eyesight, within this 1 year, so many teachers, even myself, I wasn't wearing spectacles in 20, though this is just for reading glasses. In March 2020, I can manage things without even wearing glasses, but now totally it is out. I have to wear glasses if I have to sit in front of the computer. It is just not my personal experience, but I can see with my experience with my colleagues. See, this is just one simple health issue that teachers are facing because they're constantly in the system. And another important area that we are looking at now, the speakers also, they highlighted about the teachers' burnout and the turnover rate. And now at large, we are going to face this problem in the future, that teachers' turnover rate is going to be very higher even now. And teachers abruptly want to quit their job because it is very difficult for them to cope, to gain that new digital competency, which is very demanding, right? So this is one of the major stress what teachers are facing today. Therefore, how are we going to help our teachers in our school or in our locality or as a family member, right? So how are we going to look into teachers' resilience in order to develop their competency to make them competent to use these digital tools? Because this is going to be with us. The online learning or blended learning is going to be part and parcel of our education system. And we are all gearing up towards how to accommodate technology and not to evade or escape from the online learning, right? So let me share some of my ideas on that. So when we consider resilience, do we need to consider individual teacher, or should we need to consider as a collective level school teachers, like a particular school? I would suggest that, and also research findings have supported that when we look as a community, the contribution or the effort that we put in is enormous. We all agree, right? So if you look at individual teacher, addressing to individual teacher needs, it is very challenging, and we don't know whether we can fulfill the needs of individual teacher. But as a community, when we work together, we can really see that well-being of the teachers, we can achieve that, right? So at an individual level, we want to look at teachers' well-being. It's about the mind shift. The change in the mind shift is what is required. So even teachers, before the pandemic, they were like totally anxious about how are they going to handle online classes. But eventually, they have gained the competency by referring to their friends, sharing, getting, exchanging ideas with their friends. They have eventually gained digital competency and able to handle online classes to some extent, not as zero, right? But they started at a very low level. I won't say zero. At a very low level, it is only the digital competency was lacking, but they were content experts. So at the individual level, we look at mindset change. But at a collective level, we have to look into ways and practices within the school where we can consider capacity building of teachers. Okay, so that's my whole idea of this presentation. So you see here, there's a very recent report from UNESCO, how to support teachers, right? So first of all, we need to collect data about, say, like a school. Within a school, what is the teacher's level of well-being? What are their challenges they face? We should first be aware of their challenges because it is very contextual. What teachers' difficulties in India or Malaysia or Philippines or elsewhere in another country, it is contextual, may not be the same, but there are possibilities that they may share common challenges, but unique challenges as well. And compensation and job security, I think it is always something concerns in a teaching job, right? And then the professional development comes in, where we are now looking at digital competency. Let me just use the same terminology so that it is consistent. And then providing psychological support and building a community, supporting teachers community, right? And also creating a community with the teachers, students, caregivers, and parents working together as a community will help teachers to support. We support teachers in gaining this, or even during the pandemic, or now is post-pandemic situations are getting, though we go to face-to-face classes, situations, we hope that situations will get better. But at the same time, we need to develop our teachers' resilience or the well-being and their competency as well. So therefore, when we consider this collectively, when we do look at the teachers' development in a school-wise or in a nation-wise or in a large scale, it need to be contextualized, it need to be localized, and teachers' development is dynamic and it's an ongoing process, right? And a very positive learning environment and a supportive administrative structure within the school organization is also important to support teachers to develop their well-being. So what is the research? Let me just put some of the findings that we consider. We did it as a team of researchers, but I was leading it. So what is all the research about is how teachers within the school, they just form a community or a group, as simple as WhatsApp group, and they started sharing online resources, ways of getting digital tools, getting familiar with the digital tools that are available for teaching, and also getting to know from each other through interaction and sharing knowledges, sharing resources, right? And that is what is called community of practice, to put in simple words. So teachers of, say, science group may form a group and they can share resources, or teachers in a particular discipline, they can form, not only in school, but also in higher education, right? So administrators can see that such community, online communities are formed, and some activities are constantly, ongoing activities or practice to enable teachers to acquire the competency and also the well-being. So looking at this, community of practice is a group of people working together. And this is something what is important at the current times. And it is widely accepted and practiced in many educational institutions. So this is a study that we conducted. So we looked at how WhatsApp platform helped teachers to share resources to build their online community of practices. And during this, we got very wonderful insights, and this paper is under publication now. So teachers shared that they cannot imagine anything without WhatsApp because they were totally disconnected and they were at a peak of anxiety, how to go about online teaching, right? So physical distancing and also other support, like technology, though we have a Wi-Fi or a mobile, but the stable Wi-Fi or the data is not affordable for all teachers at different socioeconomic status, right? But WhatsApp is so convenient to use. It's a very affordable platform to share and interact with a team of people or the group of people or of same interest. So we looked at these three questions primarily to look at how WhatsApp helped teachers to build online competency, teaching competency, and what are the skills teachers develop during that sharing session, and what are the best practices in their WhatsApp community that they have created within the school. So we collected data both by quali and quanti, and then we, about 170 teachers from India, and then we analyzed this and we got some deep, insightful findings from there. So teachers actually acknowledge that the online medium is very helpful during the pandemic in making keep them united, and so that they are not lost being physically disconnected, but in WhatsApp they are connected. So they know what's going on at the other teacher's class, how he or she is handling, and therefore what practices they can take it from there. So there is a lot of room that, they are all at the same pace and at the same level of practice. And mutual engagement, sharing of resources in simply as by forwarding messages and sharing resources. And not only that, teachers have collected some shared repertoire or shared resources. Say, like, I create one PowerPoint, then another teacher can reuse the PowerPoint or can use the same PowerPoint. So teacher need not spend endless time sitting and preparing digital resources. So when there is such way of sharing resources comes in, then it makes life easier for the teacher. So not every teacher need to prepare. Say one teacher is preparing for one particular lesson, another teacher can prepare for another lesson. And this helps them to keep going and they won't feel that kind of anxiety or burnout. So teachers shared their views on all this, how WhatsApp helped them during this pandemic times. Okay. And not only that, they have shared so much about it has developed virtual skill. They have understood what are the e-resources to use. They have even attempted to develop some content for their teaching and also creative ways, how to create videos, how to create audios. So not everyone going to go to Google and take information from there. When your friend is telling this is something easy and this is something useful, you will straight away want to engage in that than wasting time and looking for resources. So it comes very handy for the teachers to prepare lessons or the e-content for their students to teach. So other best practices they identified is every school they want one program champion or one leader who can take this active role and help teachers to mitigate these information. So leadership role, the leader should be approachable or proactive and resourceful to share and help teachers. And also teachers would like to be having mutual engagement, not like I always share, I be just sharing, but I don't receive anything. They would like to receive as well as send. And so that mutual engagement makes them very active in the WhatsApp group. And they want horizontal relationship. There is no power dynamic saying that I am a principal, I am a head teacher, so I direct you everything. But in the group, they prefer that all are treated equal and they have a say or they can express their feelings in the WhatsApp group. And sharing resources and situated learning. And some of the teachers, they have formed cluster kind of groups with the neighbor schools or the schools are within their area. And a lot of sharing has been going on across the schools also, not within the schools, but across the schools within the same locality. And mainly teachers feel that we can get through these difficult times, not mainly by external support, it is by their own initiatives, teacher agency. That is going to be the most powerful way of getting through these tough times. So teachers who have taken initiative that it is only possible if I can put my group of people into change, and only then it is possible, right? It's not about blaming the system or blaming the COVID situation or things like that. Teachers need to take responsibility and need to take proactive actions to get through the difficult times. And mainly to be connected in the disconnected COVID times, to be connected is only through social media and through some of the means like this. So though physically disconnected, but we need to be socially connected through online communities to enable teachers that they are not lost, they are with us, and some practices to support, and it goes on. So these are some of the sharings that we received from the teachers. So finally, what are the key takeaways I would like to say from this is we need to understand that it is not all about teaching is during the online teaching pandemic time is difficult, but teachers need a lot of emotional support. If we provide emotional support, I'm sure, and all educators can agree that teachers can get through any tough time, right? It is just the moral and emotional support that we need to provide so that their mental health is maintained throughout and they can achieve whatever they are looking at, especially students' achievement and their well-being. And we need very agile school leaders who are dynamic, who are able to embrace all the changes and steer their school teachers towards professional development and support teachers, right? And that is very important. And mainly teachers need to take responsibility of themselves, first of all, and not to get themselves burned out or get into anxiety or develop depression. There should be some mitigating factors actively taking place in the schools to support teachers and to enable and empower teachers. Okay. And so that's all from me. So what I would like to say is we need to empower teachers by building resilience. And thank you everyone for this patient listening and nice sharing with you all.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Priya Darshini, for that. For that presentation.
Thank you very much.
We all learned from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our distinguished speaker, Dr. Priya Darshini.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is no other than Professor Dr. Ambassador Commandant General Charles Eboria. Eboria Osilo. He is the founder of the Global Commandant General, CEO at the Dynamic Peace Rescue Mission International, District Manager at the Cornerstone Insurance. He studied finance accounting at the official Delta State University. He finished his MBA at Lagos State University and studied doctor and PhD in humanities at the Agape Christian Theological Seminar Incorporated. And he is also the African head and senior professor and Nigeria country director of the International Internship University. Friends and educators from across the world, let's all welcome Dr. Charles Ehoria Yusilo. Dr. Charles?
Thank you very much, my dear friends. I need to bless God for you, for the little things you have just said about me. It's just little, but I give God the glory. And I appreciate IIU. IIU have been doing a very good work. We need to thank them. They have been showcasing us, giving us the opportunity to tell the whole world who we are and what we are doing. And God will going to elevate IIU. Yes, God is going to bless them. I need to bless the name of our Lord Jesus Christ for our founder. Yes, Piyush Pandey, the professor. He's a good man. He has that heart of humanity, and God will going to. I need to also thank God for the co-founders, the trustees, the board members, the directors, your family. I need to thank God for you. You have been doing a good work. Our deputy Philippine director, kudos to you, and God will continue to lead you. Together with the other, my friend, the country director of Philippines. Yes, today is a special day and a very unique day. We need to thank God for that. What are we saying? What are we talking? Our able and eloquent speakers have been giving us good substance, and we have been happy. Right now, we are going to talk on promoting teachers' well-being during pandemic. I want us to also know we are all teachers, but we are not all mentors. How do we promote the state of teachers being comfortable, healthy, and happy during this period of global pandemic? By spreading to more than one continent. The global COVID-19 health crisis has triggered an educational emergency in the context of an existing global learning crisis, which now puts at risk the educators or education of an entire generation of children. Teachers plays a pivotal role as we seek to recover learning losses and overcoming the global learning crisis faced by children, especially girls. Teachers should be kept at the center of policy and financing decisions to ensure that as global community, we build further better by strengthening the rights of every children and disability inclusion, by serving the children's advocate for the realization of the rights of children with disability, ensuring that they have the same opportunity, receive proper support and education, and are empowered to influence their own situation. We should promote teachers' well-being vis-a-vis or via structural support because of the following reasons. One, pandemic has increased demoralization and burnout among many teachers. Two, the system and the school conditions contribute to or buffer against demoralization and burnout in ways that directly affect the lives of both teachers and students. Burnout and demoralization are meaningfully different forms of work dissatisfaction that each affect teachers' ability to do their job and influence decision to remain in the profession. How should we go about this? One, a culture of mutual trust, respect, and open communication among teachers and school leaders allows them to work together to improve practices and solve problems. Two, a school-wide commitment to social and racial justice and to affirming educators' identity can help counter the forces that contribute to high rate of burnout and turnout for teachers of color. Three, school leaders who protect teachers' time and prioritize teacher learning see higher level of teacher satisfaction. Four, teachers' involvement in the design and implementation of learning opportunity is essential to effective improve teacher morale and student achievement. Five, the trauma and informed strategies and mindfulness supports for teacher reduce stress in ways that positively affect both teachers and students. Six, open communication with educators and collecting data on teachers' professional concern allows school and district leaders for more accurately identify and address the root cause for teachers' dissatisfaction. While stressing on the above six strategies, let's try out to avoid the following strategy. We should avoid the following strategy. One, wellness requires ongoing and long-term school-wide change and should not be treated as a superficial or short-term goal. Two, although school leaders set the direction in the school, prescribing practices without teacher involvement and monitoring compliance often result in low level of teachers buy-in and adoption. More facts to be covered. Teachers and students well-being schools should be prioritized, most especially those who participate in focus groups. 2, respect for teachers, genuinely listening to what others have to say and taking their viewpoint into consideration. 3, competence in core responsibilities, the capacity to produce desired results. 4, personal regards, willingness to reach out to parents and teachers and students. 5, integrity, consistency between what someone says and what they do. 6, leaders should leverage on power of progress by celebrating incremental progress in meaningful work. This can increase staff engagement and happiness during their working day. 7, school leaders should build stronger school community connections and strengthen mentorship opportunity and compensation teachers for additional responsibility they can come with being one of the few teachers of color in a school. 8, school leaders who protect teachers' time and prioritize teachers' learning see higher level of teachers' satisfaction. When school leaders are intentional about supporting teachers' growth, teachers feel supported and are more likely to remain in the profession. 9, system that minimize administrative paperwork and set clear expectation for students and families can relieve pressure on teachers. Teachers should consistently be supported, upholding expectations, mitigating the time teachers spend on classroom management, and allow them to focus on instruction. While both students and parents should be clearly communicated expectation for student behavior. 10, teachers should be given meaningfulness training that implicitly teach ways to stress. This will reduce teachers' self-report of emotional exhaustion and increase teachers' effectiveness. 11, what knowing teachers' resistance may reflect deep professional motivation and commitment. 12, also the pattern of teachers' dissatisfaction may expose structural inefficiency or policy flaws. 13, administrators or administration who impose preset protocol and mandatory activities or work product without the consultation of teachers create conditions in which teachers find their instructional planning time less valuable. 14, teachers' wellness requires strong relationship and effective organizational system. 15, what knowing positive school cultures take time to cultivate and a commitment of resources to sustain this work requires individual and collective effort as well as structural changes. 16, what knowing that teachers' mental health should be appreciated during COVID. We are going to look at 10 ways to do this. 1, control the controllables. I don't have that time. I need to be specific so that I will not just be specific one. 2, carve out time for self-care to maintain your mental health. Get your body moving to help your mental wellness. 4, modern self-compassion. Let's be kind to ourselves and to maintain mental wellness. 5, set reasonable expectation for yourself and others. 6, communication is vital for maintaining mental health. 7, be unapologetic and I am sorry culture. During this time, consider how often you apologize and ways in which you can stop. Therefore, by unapologetic about taking time for yourself, setting realistic goals, setting boundaries, and being clear and transparent about what you are capable of and what you need. This is so important for maintaining mental health and wellness, but one of the hardest things to do. 8, a dedicated workspace can improve mental well-being. 9, set office hour while remote teaching. 10, reach out for a counselor when you need advice. I want us to know that this is very, very important. Being important, we need to look at what SDG is saying. SDG have been telling us a lot of things. We have just 8 years to go, 2030. So let us look at SDG 3, the aim to achieve universal health coverage that seek equitable access of healthcare services to all men and women to end the preventable deaths of newborn, infants, and children under 5, child mortality, and end epidemics. Good health is essential to sustainable development and the 2030 agenda. How does SDG 3 promote good health and well-being? SDG 3 set to ensure health and well-being for all at every stage of life, monitoring factors that affect human health and well-being, like health, air quality, and traffic, supporting health promotion and diseases, prevention through the use of wearable monitoring devices, enabling remote healthcare. By 2030, ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive healthcare service, including for family planning. So SDG cannot achieve without considering the other goals. We must address the core determinants of health and well-being, including social, economic, as education, income, and gender. Investing in healthcare must be a priority and adequate funding secured if we want to make a long-term impact. Summary of these 5 keys, challenges, or to achieve SDG 3. The 17 SDGs are connected. They must be tackled together and considered one by one. So the SDG 3 cannot be achieved without considering the other goals. We must address the core determinants of health and well-being, including social economic determinants such as education, income, and gender. Investing in healthcare must be a priority and adequate funding required to secure if we want to make a long-term impact. We need not just to tackle diseases, but to achieve a healthy society for everyone. We need to work together as an international community to achieve the SDG. In conclusion, the following are key. Invest time and effort in staff development. 2, invest in mental health support. 3, create a more open culture. 4, teachers should be helped to reflect on their own well-being. 5, encourage teachers to open up. Recently, a research was conducted at the end of the section. Reports showed that only 10% teachers went to their senior leaders for support during pandemic. 6, teachers should always be coerced. Not being able to focus, which lead to professional performance suffering, emotional reaction increasing, being more tearful, aggressive, and sensitive. lacking motivation, confidence, and general commitments, acting with withdrawal, showing apathy and numbness. Looking at this, we need to thank God for this opportunity given to me. Teachers need to be given that opportunity to enjoy this facility because they are teachers who give their time, their efforts to make sure things work out the way it should work out. So we should give them, recognize them in everything we are doing so that we also will be happy. We want everybody to live healthy so that 2030, we should be healthy and be able to actualize that dream. We are going to actualize it. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank God for you all for the time that you have made possible for us to enjoy ourselves. Thank you very much, IIU, for this opportunity. May God come to help us and strengthen us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles, for reminding us of the SDGs and how it is related or integrated to teachers' well-being. Thank you very much, Dr. Charles, for your presentation. Thank you. We will now move to our next speaker. Our plenary speaker is Professor Dr. Pratik Rahan Mongkekar, and he is a scientist, professor, a global educator, published author, counselor, social activist, and an international speaker. He started teaching at the age of 16 and have been working in the field of education and research as a professor, a scientist, counselor for 11 years. And he had taught to more than 8,000 students and guided 4,000 plus in career counseling until date, and the count it is still continuing or ongoing, and honored with around 650 plus national, state, and international awards for his contribution in the field of teaching and research. He received 245 plus honorary doctorates from all over the world and also sets 15 world records. Written many papers and articles in various international magazines, journals, and in books. He has co-authored 7 books and written 1 book on the SDGs, which has got many international awards, visiting faculty in so many national and foreign universities, and working as a professor and global educator of the International Internship University, and participated as keynote speaker in many international conferences. He was appointed as a plenary minister of the Sustainable Development Kingdom of Atlantis. Friends and educators from across the globe, let us all welcome Professor Dr. Pratik Rahan.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Pratik. You can go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, when all present here. So I begin with my topic. Is it visible, my screen?
Yes, but we can only see half of your slide presentation.
Okay. Now?
Not yet, Dr. Pratik. It's still half.
One minute. Huh?
No worries. There, we can actually see it now, Dr. Pratik. Wonderful.
Okay. Okay. So, hello everyone. Looking at teachers' well-being today, the future of every society in the world depends on teachers. This is our topic. So discussions about teacher well-being are often dominated by ideas related to negative mental health, such as stress or burnout. This is also often the case with the academic research into teacher well-being, which tends to focus on the negative such as stress, burnout, and attrition. However, it is important to think about and promote teacher well-being in a far more holistic way in order to achieve better outcomes for students and teachers. So next, what do we mean when we talk about teacher well-being? Well-being is about more than coping with negative situations. It also includes about ideas about what it means to live a good life. Perspectives on well-being are often divided in their approach. For example, subjective well-being encompasses ideas such as life satisfaction and the presence of positive emotion more frequently than negative emotion, while psychological well-being is concerned with ideas such as purpose in life and positive relationships with others. The understanding of well-being is further complicated by the fact that terms such as life satisfaction are sometimes used synonymously with well-being in the research. There is no single agreed upon definitions of well-being in the literature, but most definitions agree that well-being is multidimensional, comprising physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects. This resource defines well-being in terms of the broad concept of feeling good and functioning well. In other words, a state where teachers perceive job satisfaction, experience positive emotions more frequently than negative emotions, and function well both as a teacher and in their other roles in life as a parent, spouse, family member, friend, and so on. Functioning well includes supportive professional relationships, professional growth, and a feeling of self-efficacy. Now, next is models of well-being. So there are two modules. First, there are several models actually that are useful in order to understand the complex concept of well-being. These definitions and models demonstrate varied interpretations of well-being. Individuals may interpret well-being differently depending on their culture, their character, and their situation. Increasingly, schools are adopting well-being models as part of their strategy to enhance school-wide well-being, and the models are often chosen or developed to suit their particular school character. School-wide conversations can be an important start to understand what teacher well-being means to individuals and for the school as a whole. So first, the PERMA model. The PERMA, so P stands for positive emotions, E stands for engagement, R stands for relationships, M meaning, and A stands for accomplishments. So this model derives from the field of positive psychology, which seeks to understand the ways in which individuals, communities, and societies flourish by possessing high levels of well-being. It comprises the 5 elements that are the foundation of well-being, which I already told. That is positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishments. Then second model is the mental health foundation of New Zealand. So in this is a well-known model of New Zealand and comprises 5 elements. So first element is connect, second is second is give, third is take notice, fourth keep learning, and be active. So this is based on the work of Mazen Jury, and this model is widely used in the New Zealand and other many countries. So it you can say this is necessary for the strength of the house society, and there are in this model there are 4 sides. Okay, each represent a different dimension. So there are first you can say side is the spiritual side, second the thoughts and feelings, third is physical side, and fourth one is family. So these are the sides on which this model is based. Now, next is okay. Why is it important to prioritize the teacher well-being in schools? So teacher well-being has a significant impact on schools, teachers, and students. Many of the negative effects of low well-being are well publicized, with stress or burnout being linked to attrition and the resulting teacher shortages worldwide. So this has led to calls for teacher well-being to be taken seriously for the long-term sustainability of the profession. It is not only teacher attrition that is a concern. Low teacher well-being can negatively affect students. Stressed or burnout teachers have poorer relationships with students, and the quality of their teaching decreases. When schools prioritize teacher well-being and help to ensure teachers can flourish, this can promote better classroom climates and enable high-quality teaching that leads to success for students. Teacher well-being is also linked to student well-being, and addressing teacher well-being is an important first step in school-wide well-being programs to promote student well-being. So next is evidence about well-being. As there is no one agreed upon definition of well-being, and it can encompass a range of ideas from positive emotions to purpose in life, the research evidence about teacher well-being is diverse. The research evidence about teacher well-being, the factors that contribute to it, and implications for schools and students are discussed below. So, first factor is stress, coping, and resilience. Teachers experience higher levels of stress and burnout than the average worker in the human services sector. Poor mental health, burnout, or depression has been linked to poor performance, absenteeism, and attrition. Stressed or burnout teachers also negatively affect students due to diminished relationship with students and a lack of empathy. In order to cope up with stress, teachers may use adaptive coping strategies such as exercise and social supports that promote well-being, or excessive alcohol consumption or withdrawal that are detrimental to long-term well-being. Personal characteristics such as motivation and self-efficacy are important factors in determining teacher resilience. Next is teacher emotional intelligence. A review of almost 100 studies concluded that teacher emotions have significant effect on job satisfaction, morale, stress, and teacher engagement. Emotional intelligence has been defined as knowing and managing one's emotions, recognizing emotions in others, motivating oneself, and managing relationships. Studies show that teachers with higher EQ experience less burnout and are more empathetic and compassionate towards students. Next is workload. Teacher workload is often cited as main cause of stress due to the volume and complexity of the workload. There is empirical evidence that teacher burnout is not correlated to workload, but to other factors such as whether leaders employ a transformation leadership style. The nature of the work also needs to be considered, and professional development may help to increase the meaning of work. Next is teacher learning, self-efficacy, and identity. Teachers' engagement and their feeling of being supported in school are positively affected by teacher learning. Promoting teacher learning may help to reduce teacher attrition, as early career teachers are less likely to leave schools. Teacher learning is also implicated in building self-efficacy. People's belief that they can reach their goals to achieve tasks, that is the self-efficacy, and teacher identity. A teacher's identity comprises both their professional and personal selves, and maintaining a balance between these is very important. For example, it has been shown that levels of well-being are reduced when school demands dominate a teacher's identity. Next is positive, supportive, and trusting relationships. Building trust helps to foster positive relationships, which are important because when teachers feel cared for and appreciated, it leads to better interaction with students. Beginning teachers experience higher levels of job satisfaction when schools effectively support them. There is also evidence that support groups for new teachers reduce feeling of isolation and help teachers explore and develop their teaching identity. So next is, what can schools do to support and promote teacher well-being? Schools can support teacher well-being by considering how the organizational climate, social interactions, and teachers' individual actions all contribute to teacher well-being. The approach that schools like to promoting teacher well-being will differ between schools, and different teachers within a school will have different needs when it comes to improving well-being. A school-wide discussion about what well-being means to people and how to promote it can be a useful starting point for developing a school strategy to enhance teacher well-being. Where possible, address issues around volume, complexity, and perceived fairness of teachers' workload, and talk with teachers about how to achieve a work-life balance. Then you can say promote teachers' learning, ensure teachers feel cared for and appreciated, and reward good work, ensure good social support for teachers, for example, support groups of beginning teachers, then provide quality mentoring for beginning teachers, consider how best to support teachers as they move into leadership roles, talk and teachers when dealing with student behavioral issues, encourage teachers to use healthy coping strategies, implement social and emotional learning, training programs. Now, next is, how can teachers promote their own well-being? This is very important. So in addition to the whole school approach to improving well-being, individual teachers need to take charge of their own well-being in order to flourish. For example, some schools have run mindfulness courses which have been shown to enhance well-being, but this also depends on commitment from individual teachers. There will be variations in the well-being strategies that are the most appropriate or most effective for different teachers at different times. Teachers can also support each other to enhance their well-being. For example, performing random acts of kindness has been shown to be beneficial to the giver's well-being as well as the receiver's. Some ideas for teachers to promote their own well-being. Being active first is being active in building your professional support network, then being proactive about your professional development, seek out people you can learn from or courses you can attend, teaming up with another teacher to become well-being buddies and discussing how you can support each other. For example, having regular check-ins or going for a short walk together at lunchtime, trying to balance your teacher identity with your out of school identity. Can you make time once a week for a hobby or sport that you value? How can you put boundaries around the time you spend working in the evenings and or weekends? Utilizing one of many positive psychology-based interventions such as gratitude, journaling, or using your key strengths. Many ideas can be found here. And I'll give you one last example using Kelly's McGonagall's Rethink Stress intervention. If feeling stressed is an issue for you, ensuring you have healthy coping skills can help in times of stress. So this resources provides an overview of how you to reduce the impact of stress, while this resource has more information on breathing and muscle relaxation exercises. Making relaxation exercises a regular part of your routine by practicing mindfulness or yoga, reading more about how to improve your well-being on the, you can say, by the help of using those models which I discussed earlier. And finally, very important, it is important to ask for help and support when you need it. This could be from colleagues or leaders, or you can reach out to agencies outside of schools who provide support. And lastly, I would like to thank Mr. Piyush Pandit, my dear brother, for giving me this opportunity, and also IIU Philippines. I'm a proud professor in IIU, so I can say that I would like to thanks for giving me this opportunity to express my thoughts on such a wonderful topic. And thank you everyone, each and everyone, for listening me so patiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Pratik, for your very clear and concise presentation about teachers' well-being. We will all take this into consideration as we, move uh, forward in becoming better, teachers for our students. Again, thank you very much to our
thank you so much.
participants. Can we give Dr. Pratik a virtual clap or a physical, clap for him?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we move forward, and yeah, I'd like to thank the participants who are still here with us. Thank you very much. Though we are already 4 hours in the conference, many of you are still here, very enthusiastic and, learning many things about teachers' well-being. Our next keynote speaker is a social activist. She is a SDG ambassador, and she is a multi-awarded teacher as well. She is a professor in Croatia and a distinguished board member of the International Internship University. Friends, educators from across the world, let's all give a round of applause, or let's welcome Professor Dr. Nada Ratkovic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really proud to be here on this stage. Thank you for my introduction. Today, what will I say on this topic? Almost the speakers said many things about this topic. So it seems like some kind of repeating. So what are teachers? What are teachers are increasingly faced with the pressure to provide educational experiences that prepare students to succeed in a rapidly changing society. That are we. So what we do for well-being, like a researcher, like a professor, I always ask, how do schools, how do universities, and how do people look after their well-being? Today, now, we are sitting 4 hours. Our conference started at 12 o'clock. Now is 4 o'clock. It is here for me in Croatia. Like example, Nada is not thinking on her well-being. Nada didn't make a lunch. I didn't lunch. So how can I have a balance between my mind and my body? No, that is not good. And not only Nada, I'm sure that many of these participants here today didn't have a lunch or a supper. And that is our life. That is our life. How can we work? And that is well-being. And this situation with COVID also make it very serious. So how can we talk about the absence of illness? We can say we are sitting whole day. We are sitting whole day and we are making our work, and that is not well-being. I want to say about one book. The book is called Teacher Well-Being. It will be good if you find that book. I didn't see it like a free book, but in the library. Teacher well-being consists 4 parts: noticing, nurturing, sustaining, and flourishing in the schools. That will be really my suggestion to read about this topic. Teacher well-being. Teachers who feel heard and valued to their ideas, We have many ideas, we have many opportunities, we collaborate, and what we feel there, we feel we are satisfied for that because all of us here are cooperating on the day base. And what are our opportunities? Who are not like me? We must engage him. We must take him. We must reflect him. We must build and help him to make that practices because we can't live alone. That is a big impact on the society. People who are not team workers, who are only individuals, for me, my opinion is that that is a negative effect impact on the society because you can't do nothing alone. Alone is not a sense to work, and that we must learn our students to think on that way. I will go a little fast through my presentation. Supporting colleagues on the same way, we must support our students. We must learn them. We must learn them about the well-being. We must engage them. They need to have the skills of 21st century, critical thinking, collaboration, innovation. So if they don't have that, first we, like professors, need to have that all, practice that, and then our students will get that. Here are some things for me very important. A supportive environment leads to teachers feeling safe to openly discuss and share their ideas, to give or receive constructive feedback. What will be our today's feedback? Today, we're more than 100 participants here. Fill the form. At the form was the question. We are really interested about that feedback because this topic is very important about the well-being and the influence on the society. As I mentioned before, Dr. Pratik, listen, I mentioned you before, you were not here then. We had great speakers from all around the world, but here is an older generation of professors from India. And I said today was a conference with a topic, the future of India. How India has a great future because India has a great educators. Philippines had great educators, and all around the world, people who are sitting here today with us in IIU. IIU is offering to everybody who has today a conference which will be 6 hours. I think nobody. So we all here are sitting and learning. Also, encourage innovative practice. What it means? What it means to encourage innovative practice. Will we today, after this conference, have some new ideas? Did we learn something new? What is that? Can we sit after this and make a research? That are we. We are almost researchers. So I think that I have today many new ideas to write something new. Because, yes, I said all of us are talking about well-being, but nobody didn't say the same. Maybe some examples are different. Dr. Kalpana had a many great research also, and there were a lot of researchers and a lot of new ideas. What's already working well? What's our opportunity? So what now? What we need to do now? So what's the next? We know what's the next. We can say that this situation of coronavirus, we will feel that situation more than 20 years. In Europe, in Russia, we had Chernobyl. Today, are the influences of the Chernobyl, and that will be also with this pandemic and with this COVID, because people are vaccinated 3 times, but many of them get the coronavirus twice. So what is the influence? So how will pandemic influence here? Which I write it had affected uh, every area of public education, and not only public, private, put a spotlight on the strengths and challenges of our schools and our universities. And with this, it will help educators and applying the lessons learned the past year as a plan for their future. How future do we have? I put on, there are more than 10 ways for this pandemic, what pandemic is affecting. I put only few, like educate your workload, to learn more, for our students to learn and to build a community. That is a good, build a good society, and on that way we will go and make some kind of success. And that is what I write. So much of our work is trying to build bridges between students and their teachers. And here I come to the mental health. This is the result of the well-being or not well-being. Our mental health is very necessary. And if you can take care of yourself, you can take care of the people who rely on you. That is something that we have always, we need to have that in our mind. So how can I take care of myself if I can't help somebody else? And we need to manage the situation with stress. We are all under the stress. We can say, yes, I feel today great, but I'm sure that all of us have that inside, a big positive impact of that, of the stress. So how from the stress you get many illness like asthma, headaches, and other illness you get from your mental health. And if you are brave and if you can fight against that, I'm sure that you will be. I cannot say you will be very healthy, but you will be. You will feel great, and that positive effect of feeling great, of having a smile, will help you a lot in this situation. So that are the transformative work of our teachers. That is our profession, and that is our collaboration. And also, not only in the normal classroom, we must think about the inclusive education. We must think about the students, for the gift students, and for the students with special needs. That are all our students, that are all our kids. So autonomy of freedom, and for the end, reimagining our futures together with IAU, a new social contract, a contract for education. And also I will repeat, in IAU. In IAU, you can get education, whatever you want. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada. Can we all give Professor Dr. Nada a round of applause, a virtual clap or a physical clap? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Nada, for the brilliant presentation. We learned a lot from it. Thank you. Our next keynote speaker is Harit Baga from India. She is an educationist by profession, and hold on. She is a educationist by profession, and she has a vast experience of teaching senior school biology in India. And she currently resides in New Delhi and takes pride in being an educational researcher She has authored research paper highlighting issues in Indian education. She also dons the hat of an independent content creator in the field of teacher training. Her courses of integrating social emotional learning in classroom and gamified assessments are available in public domain. Issues like social emotional health, mental health, positive thinking, and counseling are close to her heart. She is also a certified mental health promoter and works diligently with few social organizations in the field of counseling and community service. Friends and educators from across the world, let us all welcome our presenter. We have Ms. Harriet Baga.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Derry and all other eminent guests and speakers and listeners. Greetings for the day.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah. When we talk about teacher well-being, I would like to present a perspective as a teacher. But the question is why we need to discuss about teacher well-being. Because we cannot pour from an empty cup. Our cup needs to be full with empathy, love, compassion, and self-satisfaction to help us, our students, realize the same in their lives. So first of all, we as teachers need to think about our own self. Because as someone very aptly said, you are a person first and a teacher second. I as a teacher have to keep me as a person first so that when my second identity as a teacher comes, it is full with compassion and love and self-respect and self-sustainability. Only then I can provide the same to my students. Now today my topic will be revolving about how to manage stress. How can we manage stress as from a teacher perspective? First of all, the question is why teachers faces stress? I think all of you will agree over here. There is rise in student expectations as world is moving at a high speed. Students, they are getting information from all sorts of sources. Teacher is not the only point of information. So teachers are always having this worry that they need to excel in front of the students. And we all would agree across the countries, I would say that there's an increase in academic workload and administration work. Teachers are bounded to complete the academic work, to go for the various government welfare schemes and student welfare schemes by the government, by social organizations. Teachers are made to work for that also. So now being a teacher is not only teaching my favorite subject, it is wearing a juggler's hat and juggling so many works together. And especially would like to talk about India. Then in India, there is lack of social and emotional competence training. Officials, governments, educational departments, they lack in a vision to provide training in social and emotional health for teachers. Everyone takes teachers' social emotional health for guaranteed. It is not some magic that they can have the social emotional positivity. It needs to be imbibed in them. Then there is lack of time to meet the admin requirements, and parents over the years have become more demanding. Everyone is waiting to extract more from the teacher. They are forgetting that teacher is also a person. We need to realize this, that teachers are individuals. Now, when we talk about the signs of stress, then I think most of you would agree. The physical signs are non-specific headaches, general sense of being unwell, lack of energy, trouble in sleeping, and then trouble in getting up. Unless and until I have an intrinsic motivation of getting up each day from my bed to help my students to do better. If I don't have this intrinsic motivation, I am bound to go through these symptoms. Then if we talk about the behavioral signs of stress, non-acceptance of the problem that yes, I am going through a low phase of my life. Unnecessary worry about even the small topics. Then lack of physical, social, emotional, intellectual stimulation. We teachers, especially when we are stressed, we tend to focus on procedures rather than experiences. We are worrying about checking the copies, we are worrying giving assignments to our students, we are worrying completing the data record, but instead of experiencing all this, we are just trying to tick in the box. And then all this leads to the experience of negative emotions like frustrations and some borderline anxiety issues too. A survey of the US tells us that 73% of teachers in 2015 were telling about the stress they were feeling in the school. However, in 2020, during pandemic, 67% teachers said in a survey that yes, they are experiencing more stress. Pandemic has in fact led to more stress in our lives. Now let's come on the 5 ways to feel good or 5 ways to well-being. The very first is connect, then take notice, keep learning, be active, and give. First of all, the connection which I have to make with myself. I have to take a pause because we need to quiet our mind to listen to our souls. We need to talk to our souls. We need to practice this movement of pause every day so that once we are ready with our self-pause, only then we can connect with our peers, with our colleagues, and our students. We need to be an active listener. We need to listen to our co-workers. And on the same time, we also need to express our own feelings. I think we all would agree that to accept opinions of others goes in a long way of building a healthy interpersonal relationship at workplace. So we need to build that strong interpersonal relationships by connecting with each other, by hand holding each other. Instead of negating your co-workers, I would suggest try to do hand holding. By hand holding each other, you will be able to pass the rough sea. Then take notice. This is an alarming bell of taking notice of your unhealthy and unhelpful habits. Take into your own stride the telltale signs of stress. Also try to notice the activities you enjoy and also the activities you don't enjoy. Start taking notice of the fact that you can delegate certain work. Start delegating. It will help. Keep learning. Keep moving. Slow and steady wins the race. Always. Keep updating yourself. Try using new edtech tools like Kahoot, Nearpod, quizzes. Once a teacher keeps learning, he or she makes sure that that same perseverance passes on to the students also. Being a teacher is not only to complete your academic curriculum. Your students are learning passively from you by the way you are doing. The way you are doing, how you are doing, and what you are doing. All these three things matter a lot to your students. So keep learning. But again, don't stress yourself that you need to learn. Learn to be happy. Keep learning to keep expanding your knowledge horizon. Then be active. Always remember, health is the state of complete physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. All the four aspects of your life are equally important. Be active by practicing yoga, walking, running, whatever you like, but do practice. Keep yourself spiritually updated and emotionally balanced. Then, last but not the least, give back. See the light in each other. Be the light for each other. Giving makes you full with compassion and empathy. And once the empathy comes into your being, it will help you to come over the stress. This is, I'm telling you from my own experience. In pandemic, I learned to give back to my community. I learned to give back to my peers. And what all I get was blessings and positivity from my peers, from my community, which helped me a lot. Always remember, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. And I think we all present over here is a proof that yes, together we can do so much. We all have gathered from different places, different continents and countries, just with the one main aim of teacher well-being. Our conference itself is a very big example that alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. So we need to keep hand holding each other. We need to keep helping each other so that in turn we are helping ourselves. And then I would simply like to say thank you to all of you for listening to me patiently and giving me a platform to share my views. And thanks again to the organizers and Dr. Dari especially for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, Teacher Harriet, for the heartfelt presentation on teachers' well-being. Thank you very much, and we're very glad and happy to have seen you present here in the conference. A round of applause for Teacher Harriet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. All right, we now proceed with our next presenter. Our next presenter is Ambassador Chris Wigglesworth. Ambassador Chris Wigglesworth, are you around? He is a chief instructor and tutor in the country of Nigeria. Ambassador Chris Wigglesworth, are you around? I think, I think he is not anymore in our conference. So we proceed with our next presenter. Our next presenter is Miss Adit Kaur. She is a gold medalist in the Masters in Chemistry from Delhi University. And she is a passionate educator for 17 years now. Highly motivated, passionate, innovative, and lifelong learner. And she was conferred with Microsoft Innovative Educator in 2020, Microsoft Innovator Educator Expert in 2021, and was honored with the STE Best Teacher in 2019, and she was awarded with STE Innovative Educator Recognition in 2021. She was recognized as exemplary educator by her honor on occasion of the International Women's Day in 2021. She loves to guide and train young learners towards scientific temper and environmental friendly practices. She has been team leader and mentor for INJA, the International Conference of Young Scientists in 2018, and many more. She is also a team leader and mentor for the Royal Young Science Conference in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And both these international conferences, her students won gold medals and many more recognitions. Friends and educators across the world, let us all welcome our next presenter. We have Adit Bedi. Adit?
So much. Thank you so much, Sir Daddy. I hope I am audible and visible.
You are.
Yes. So may I share the screen with your permission?
Go ahead.
So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Nada. And it is good to meet you today here in this event. We have earlier been together in some other event also.
Yes,
Nice
yes.
to see you. Yeah. So, dear friends, as I begin this presentation of mine on teacher well-being, I would like to share one thing, that I have been very attentively listening to all the thoughts which my friends have shared, the educators and the learned people, educators all over the world. And I feel that what I have prepared today is actually kind of a summary, and by chance I am towards the end of the conference also, so it is like things falling in place on their own. I was not aware that I would be one of the last few people to share their ideas, but I think it is all turning out to be very good. So teacher well-being, I feel it is everyone's responsibility. By everyone I mean everybody who is involved in the community, in the society. So what does it mean? It actually means that the person, the teacher, is feeling a positive emotional state, which is talking about both the personal needs and the expectation of the learners from their teachers also. And if we go by the scientific definition, that means that the individual sense of personal fulfillment, satisfaction, happiness, and there should be a collaborative process in which the teacher feels that he or she is involved with the colleagues and the students. Now, why is the teacher well-being so important today and in general also? When I say today, I refer to the pandemic scene, the post-pandemic scene. Now, many of us might feel that we are struggling, our heart is so heavy, and we feel like even after trying our best, we are failing. These are the emotions which the teachers might be going through, on a in a cycle, I would say. And a research has shown that 52% of education professionals say that their mental health has declined during the global pandemic. Pre-COVID, our mental health was much better, but post-COVID or in these times, we are all facing the mental health issues. Now, teachers matter because the student well-being begins with the teacher's well-being. If the teacher is not mentally healthy, is not feeling good enough, is not feeling healthy enough, then the student well-being will also suffer. So a happy teacher loves, the one who loves her students builds a loving and a caring classroom, and that would go a long way in making the children successful and happy. So happy teachers will change the world. That is what I feel. And teacher well-being, we all know, many of you have already stressed on that the stress, the physical stress or the mental stress, struggling to cope with things, all this adds on to the teacher uh, ill-being, but we want the teacher well-being to be focused. So how do we start this journey? And I would like to take myself as an example and share that in the year 2020, when the pandemic struck, how did I manage to, move step by step without knowing that I am actually going on this journey of being responsible for my own well-being as a teacher, as an educator. So how I face the challenge and cope with the new normal. So sharing a few glimpses of my journey First of all, I would say that we need to realize that we need self-care. Many a times we are so, busy with the responsibilities and duties which we have as a teacher or at home that we forget ourselves. So I started painting and recycling to connect with my old hobbies, and I have some examples with you. Then I connect with people who uplift. We should connect with people who uplift us. So because I was feeling that stress, I started attending webinars on mental health, and I learned that many people are facing the same issues. So I was more comfortable and I could find solutions to those problems. So I attended webinars from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, which is a world famous institute in Mumbai. Then I decided to become a learner again. A teacher is always a learner. I enrolled in online courses by TIS. I did a faculty development program. So these were great ways to keep myself engaged and updated. Then many of you have already emphasized that the connect with nature is very important. We need to be physically active. Now, there was a time when in Delhi, we were under lockdown for more than, say, 45 days. We could not go out of the house. So I started doing yoga online with my friends. I did enjoy it, tried a little bit of gardening also. So then I always wanted to write a research paper. So this pandemic gave me the time to write the research paper and hone my computer based skills. And many of you are also MIE and MIE experts, I'm sure. Then when we talk about showing gratitude, giving it back, so as a science teacher, I decided how can I give it back to the society, and you people can also try and do the same. I conducted a series of online sessions creating awareness about carbon footprint in my own school and in other schools also. I took 2 of my students, they helped me prepare the session and conduct the session. So it was a learning process for them also. So we are planning to continue with these sessions. So if anybody is interested, you can just connect with me. We can conduct this session in your school or in your institute also. Then we can always try new things and take change, try to score more on various things which we have not done. Now, as a chemistry teacher, I always feel that people or students may not be knowing much about the Nobel Prize winners. So I decided to write an article and I shared it with many people. Finally, it was published also. And when my students saw this, so they were more, interested in the Nobel Prize, who has won, why he or she has been bestowed with the prize, and so on. So this is just the examples. Now make new friends. Like today I am here with Dr. Derry and Professor Nada. They are my new friends. We have never met in person, online friends, but we do keep in touch and, share the available opportunities with each other. And this has helped me enter into a new world of sharing and helping out others. And I'm very grateful for that. Then appreciate our colleagues, mentor them, guide them, like I'm sure many of you are already doing. So it is always like holding hands with each other and passing through this difficult phase. Then self-love, I would say, is most important. I have just jotted down these points on my own. When we say self-love, we can always break down in our own way, but this is what I think. S is for slow down, enjoy life. We are not in a race. We don't want to, be the people who are in the rat race. We should be enjoying ourselves. Ease, be at ease with yourself. You are unique in the world. Whatever is the population of the world, there is no other Adit Bedi, there is no other Dr. Derry or no other Professor Nada. We are all unique. So be at ease with yourself, love yourself and follow your heart. Being a chemistry teacher doesn't stop me from trying out painting or gardening. So I do what my heart tells me. Then learn something new. I have tried my hand on technology. You can also try. Offline is also important. We should have some offline time, no devices, no gadgets, just sitting with the family, maybe reading a book, eating our meals and everything. Then value others. Obviously, when we value others, we are actually appreciating them, and that always comes back. And empathy. Empathy is one thing which we all should be practicing. I'm very sure that most of us are already doing so. But if we could practice it a little more, the world would definitely become much better place to be in. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed my journey. And if anybody wants to know the online courses which I have enrolled, there are a few online courses which are free of cost, where they teach you about mental health and empathy and kindness. So I'll be more than happy to share that with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Adit, for wow, that presentation. And it seems that it was like, a little bit about a synthesis of what you have talked about in the conference. Thank you very much for such a wonderful and very good presentation. A round of applause for
All right.
Adit, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much
Thank you
again.
so much, everybody. And special thanks to Dr. Dari for giving me this chance. This is the first time we are actually talking to each other, though we have been communicating through emails and all. But nice meeting you, sir.
Nice to have
Thank you.
met you as well. Thank you very much. Okay, we now proceed with our last, okay, but definitely not the least presenter. We would like to call in our last presenter. She is
Sister
Dr. Lilibet
Lilibet.
Gregorio. Yeah, she is a multi-awarded educator in the Philippines and in different parts of the world. She is currently working at the Department of Education in the Philippines, particularly in the area of Iloilo, Philippines. She's a very good friend of the IIU and friends with the other members of IIU as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, educators across the world, let us all welcome Dr. Lilibet Gregorio. Dr. Lilibet?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Dari, for this very generous introduction. And beforehand, I would like to thank IIU for this opportunity as ambassador of this university. And of course, to all the speakers, you're all amazing. And all of the topics you have gave us, we are loaded with this very revitalized topic. And because of this, I have to be present to you with no presentation, but I have to speak to you my article, The Beautiful Mind, Kind Heart, and Positive Attitude. So this is the best article that I had wrote last June, and this is in the educators link. No, so beforehand, we are in the pandemic has brought and caused vast changes in the life of people across the globe and all areas of humanity. It creates that how many families around the world, in responses to this global outbreak, many policies and guidelines have been made to ensure the safety of everyone. So this health crisis does not only may affect the socio-economic of the world, but world's greatest resource is the children, our learners. It results among them and adult alike, such as depression, hatred, cyberbullying, discrimination, and many other emotional distress. And of course, not only the learners have distress, but specifically the teachers in the new normal must be equipped with the qualities that will enable them to stand strong and keep going amidst challenge that comes their way. But resiliency appears to be the key to sustaining the determination needed by teachers and radical change in the policies in the Department of Education, wherein different learning delivery modalities, new innovations, and instructional brought about by this pandemic. So by this article, I had give you this beautiful mind, kind heart, and positive attitude makes a better version of yourself. This article that you can see in the educators link of the Lotion publication in the June issue. So I wrote here about what is the beneficial of positive mind. And if you have a positive, you have to develop a kind heart, and this is a positive attitude you can make yourself to make a better version of it. So the road to greatness is not the faint of heart. This is the belief that most of the people upholding and understanding up to this moment of their lives. So therefore self-discovery is indeed vitality. important as it is a lifelong journey and exploration through our inner self, trying to discover who we are, our potential and purpose in life, and what core principles are guiding us to take different paths along the way. This is accomplished through self-reflection. And as people reflect to themselves, they must consider things can help them to become the best version of themselves. There are several attainable ways to receive it or achieve it. First and foremost is having a beautiful mind. It's been said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but it is actually much deeper than that. It is simply a beautiful mind that fully exercises critical thinking, that no matter how busy or quiet life will be, the mind is still serene, calm, and free from disturbance. If every person has the kind of quality, he or she has developed skill, he or she need to handle the ever-growing complexity, ambiguity, and hyper uncertainty. Having kind heart and positive attitude are substantial factors to transform there. The better it is being optimistic about situations, interactions, and yourself. People with positive attitudes remain hopeful and see the best even in different situations. If you embrace it as a way of life, it would be big constructive changes into your life and makers them happen, brighter and more successful. According to the great philosopher Heraclitus, change is the only constant. So making changes to routine beliefs that even traits or qualities to yourself may feel overwhelming. But change benefits its individual, constantly learning and transforming practices and workflows to be more efficient and effective allows for consistent of improvement and accomplishment, and allows you to become the best version of yourself. May Ambassador Dr. Lilibet P. Gregorio from the Philippines. Thank you so much and mabuhay.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Lilibet, for that insight. Yeah, and thank you. And truly, positive mind, kind heart will make us all a better person. Thank you very much, Dr. Lilibet Gregorio, for that wonderful, inspiring message to all of us.
You
And
know,
now,
yeah,
yeah, thank you
last
very much.
Dari,
Yes,
this is
Dr.
the
Lilibet.
copy of my article in the educator's link, and this is from Aloysians, and you can have a view on this, and you have to ask the Dr. Chris Avila for this copy and for your information and updates. And also, of course, your coordinator for global Aloysian publications. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lilibet. Hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to get a copy of that particular article that you wrote. Truly inspiring. Again, thank you very much. A round of applause, okay, for Dr. Lilibet. Wow, Professor Nada. I mean,
Yes,
look at
yes,
our
sister.
participants. See, I mean, they're still alive. All of them are still alive
Yes,
after
yes,
4 hours.
yes,
Thank
that is
you.
great. I want to say something for my dear sister Lilibet. She writes every day something, you know. In this moment, if you say she can write because she's a inspiration, she has a lot of inspiration, and I think that for this conference that she write a poem or something. Am I right?
Yes, dear sister.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. It is time to conclude this wonderful event. 4 hours and 45 minutes. We have witnesses new ideas, new techniques for our mental, physical, for stress, and all about the teacher's well-being today. We are we are the most important persons on this world. The future is depending about us. So, dear and respected Deputy County Director, Dr. Derry Dekanai, you make today a wonderful job. You make a great conference. Congratulations. Congratulations for your work. Respected founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit, heartiest thanks. This project aims we all here together achieved. Without you, this event would not be possible. You are our big trust, big support and help in every moment. We are thankful to all our chief guests, to all our speakers, to all our panelists, to all amazing all who were with us this 4 hours and 45 minutes. Our IIU members who was with us today on our common project. So let's continue learning and growing together in our new projects with IAU, one only and unique IAU. This was an event of IAU Philippines. More and more events are coming almost every day. January is at the end, but at February, we have the five. We are launching the e-magazine. We are launching IAU TV. We are launching a great program for the early childhood. So not only that, for our members, many trainings, many new workshops, many new events. Be with us. Be with us, follow us, and so uh, I hope you all enjoyed at the same time learned a lot from this great event. And as I said, we will soon be back with some more inspiring and educating ideas, conferences, workshops, trainings. So I want to say again, we have a great program for mentors. First program for mentors is finished, but we are coming back with a new, also a global teacher training program. This first has one workshop with 3 days, and again we are coming with a new. Be a part of that trains, because as we see all, without education we cannot work, we cannot follow our technology, the rapidly growing of technology. We cannot get new ideas. So, till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and build a sustainable and bright future with IIU. Thank you very much, Nada Ratkovic, board member of IIU and country director of Croatia. Daddy, please say something at the end also, like a great organizer.
Thank you very much, everyone. And truly, teachers' health well-being is not just the mere absence of illness at our very own workplace, but rather it refers to a healthy and successfully functioning as teachers at our work. And hopefully, this conference was able to have addressed important factors that may help all of us develop resiliency and more effective ways of addressing the impact caused by negative factors at our very own teaching workplace. Again, in behalf of the International Internship University team and the International Internship University Central Office, thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is not the end. because we will still be able to meet for conferences in the succeeding months. So let me just share this final video before we end our conference for this month. Very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Be safe.
Thank you so much, Timpo.
Derry, listen, wait for a minute. We need to, everybody open your camera. We need photos.
Oh, yes.
Photos.
Yeah.
Please, we need photos. Okay. I need a gallery mode, so not this.
Please stop sharing. So
Can you stop sharing?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Wait.
Can.
Is it good already? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now we will try. Okay, yes. But I have. Please open your camera. Smile. Anthony, okay. Dr. Gregorio, is this Lilibet your another device, maybe?
Yes, it's my device.
Kenneth Demefelis. Not okay.
Thank you very much to the participants in the Philippines. It's already 12 midnight, but they're still around. Thank you very much.
Please decide, Vasuki, Roxana, Yasmin, please, Roxana, where are you? Oliveira also. This is not nice to see when you took pictures without. Okay. I'm nothing. We can't wait. Okay. Over. So goodbye to everybody, and who is not going to sleep like at Philippines. We in Croatia still have few hours to relax. Yes, Romania, Croatia.
Teachers Wellbeing.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Miss you all
Thank you
again.
so much. Aloysians, Visayas team. Thank you so much,
Bye.
Visayas team.
Congratulations.
So much.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone.
So much.